Beneath the shadow of the primordial Erdtree, before the Age of Grace or the hymns of the Golden Order, the lands between were a place of drifting memories and forgotten gods. Among the people of shadow who dwelled in the distant lands of Numen, a child was born unlike any other. Her hair shone with the dull radiance of polished silver, and her eyes reflected not the light of day, but the glow of unseen stars. This was Marika, the last daughter of an ancient lineage that had once walked beside the gods of the Eternal City. To the Numen, she was both omen and blessing, a child said to have descended from the same blood that once communed with the outer gods beneath the world. Yet even as she grew among them, the girl's gaze turned always toward the horizon, where golden mists began to gather, heralding a power that would soon eclipse all others. In those earliest days, the world had not yet been bound by the laws of the Erdtree. Death and life mingled freely, their boundaries porous and uncertain. The crucible, that primal form of the tree before its perfection, still radiated raw vitality, wild and indiscriminate. Beasts bore wings, serpents grew limbs, and men could become as dragons or as nothing at all. It was within this fluid, ungoverned creation that Marika's spirit took shape. To understand her later rebellion, one must first see the world she was born into, a realm where divinity was not bestowed, but found, seized, or inherited through strange communion. The Numen were said to carry within them a spark of that ancient communion, a memory of communion with the greater will before its descent. Whether through blood or memory, they remembered a time when the divine spoke not through fingers or intermediaries, but through direct whisper and dream. Marika's childhood, if such a thing could be said to have existed, unfolded amid ruins and half-remembered rituals that sought to rekindle those lost voices. She listened, and something, somewhere, listened back. For even before the greater will cast its gaze upon the lands between, Marika had already been gazing toward it. When at last the greater will arrived, it came not as flame or storm, but as guidance, a presence that shaped the Erdtree's blooming and chose its vessels among mortals. The two fingers, grotesque and sacred, acted as the mouth of this invisible god. They scoured the world for one who could bear the ring of order, who could become the living law through which grace would flow. Among countless tribes, it was the silver-eyed woman from Numen whom they found worthy. Some say they chose her for her strength of soul, others that she alone could bear the weight of the Elden Ring without immediate ruin. Whatever the truth, the moment she was touched by grace, her mortal heart became something else entirely. The golden aura that descended upon her was not merely a blessing, it was a binding. To be chosen by the greater will was to be rewritten. Her flesh became luminous, her veins sang with liquid light, and her shadow deepened until it no longer belonged to her. In that instant, Marika the woman ceased, and Marika the vessel began. She rose from her homeland and walked the breadth of the lands between, her steps planting seeds of gold that would later bloom into the Erdtree's vast dominion. The Numen, who had once worshipped her as their own, could not follow her into that sanctified exile. In choosing divinity, she severed herself from all kinship. It was the first of her many necessary betrayals. And yet, there is reason to believe that even then she understood the cost. The fragments of early hymns speak of a queen who smiled not as she was crowned, but wept for what must die to give birth to grace. Those words, preserved in cracked tablets near the ruins of the Eternal City, suggest that Marika's ascent was shadowed by knowledge of its consequence. The light of the Erdtree would banish the crucible, purging the wild diversity of creation and binding life to a single principle: order. What had once been fluid would become fixed. what had once been infinite possibility would become a single path, narrow and bright. Marika's reign would begin not with conquest, but with sacrifice, the silencing of countless voices so that one divine will might speak. As centuries passed, the lands between reshaped themselves around her grace. The Erdtree rose, vast and serene, its roots threading through every kingdom and its branches piercing the heavens. Under its glow, death was banished, and souls returned to the tree instead of fading into shadow. This, the age of immortality, was hailed as paradise. But for Marika, it was a paradise built on absence. She had sealed away something fundamental, the natural death that once balanced life. And with its loss came stillness, a perfection that could not endure. It is said that at times she would wander beneath the tree alone, touching its bark and whispering to it as if to a sleeping child, asking whether the world she had created still lived or merely persisted. What stirs most deeply about this beginning is its quiet inevitability. The greater will's chosen vessel, born of a forgotten race, becomes the architect of eternity, and in so doing, the first prisoner of grace. Each miracle she performs deepens her bondage. Each act of creation erases the wild world she once knew. The Erdtree's light spreads, and her shadow lengthens in equal measure. Even then, before demigods, before the shattering, the seed of rebellion had already taken root within her. For though Marika bore the Elden Ring, the ring would one day bear her. And so the question lingers like the first echo through a hollow cathedral. When a god is chosen by heaven, does she still choose for herself? Or is every act thereafter merely the will of something far beyond her own? Under the Erdtree's first full bloom, the lands between entered what later scholars would call the Age of Radiance. Its light bathed every hill, every ruin, and every river in gold, as though the world itself had exhaled after eons of chaos. The Erdtree's grace did not shine equally on all, but rather flowed according to the mysterious will of its vessel. Through Queen Marika, the greater will's design found structure and purpose. She built her capital at Leyndell, a city of impossible splendor that would become the heart of her divine order. Here, under her gaze, stone turned to gold, and mortal ambitions were transfigured into rituals of worship. But behind every miracle, the invisible law of the Elden Ring pulsed like a heart, its runes defining the very shape of existence. To live under grace was to be contained by it. Marika's earliest acts as goddess queen were guided by an almost maternal instinct. She sought not conquest, but harmony. She appointed guardians and messengers, the Elden Beast among them, to watch over the ring and to ensure that its laws remained unbroken. The beast, golden and immense, was not her servant, but her shadow, the embodiment of the greater will's presence within the world. Together, they created what would become known as the Golden Order, an intricate system of faith, hierarchy, and metaphysical law binding gods, men, and beasts under one radiant truth. Life would flow into the Erdtree, and from it return anew. Death itself would no longer claim dominion. And yet, to erase death is to invite another kind of decay. The crucible, that ancient, untamed vitality of creation, did not vanish. It merely recoiled, buried beneath the growing roots of the tree. There, deep within the earth, its remnants continued to writhe, giving rise to the Crucible Knights, warriors infused with the primal essence of life before the Erdtree's perfection. They bore wings, tails, and scales, markings of a time when existence itself was still becoming. To the Golden Order, such forms were abominations, echoes of a chaotic age that had no place in a world defined by symmetry and law. But to those who remembered the old ways, they were sacred vestiges of truth. Marika's own heart was torn between these worlds. The young goddess who had once listened to the whispers of forgotten gods now heard only the unrelenting silence of divine order. Her every word became decree. Her every gesture, a command inscribed into the ring's living code. The Golden Order prospered, but its perfection came at the cost of freedom. The greater the Erdtree's light, the deeper its shadows grew. Beneath the gilded streets of Leyndell, prisons filled with those who questioned the will of grace. Philosophers who pondered the meaning of life beyond the tree were silenced, their works burned to ash. Still, the queen remained serene, her eyes bright with purpose. But some whispered that when the moon rose, she would walk alone through the catacombs of the city, pausing at the tombs of those lost to her decree. The first great challenge to Marika's reign came, not from rebellion, but from the natural order she had undone. For in banishing death, she had unbalanced the world. Souls that should have passed on lingered. Spirits wandered the earth, half living, half forgotten. Ghost flame burned in the hands of those denied rest, and ancient heroes refused to fade. It was then that Marika turned to one who would later become her first consort, Godfrey, the warrior without peer. He was not of her people, but a mortal of unmatched valor who had united countless tribes beneath his banner. To him, she offered more than grace. She offered purpose. As her consort and first Elden Lord, he would bring order to the warring lands and expand the reach of the Erdtree's light. Their union was one of divine necessity and genuine admiration. Where Marika was contemplative and burdened by cosmic duty, Godfrey was grounded, fierce, and utterly devoted. Together, they forged an empire. The Omen were hunted, the Crucible cults purged, and the Erdtree's radiance stretched from the mountaintops to the sea. In the hymns sung within Leyndell's golden streets, Marika was called the Mother of all Grace, and Godfrey her shining blade. Yet even as peace spread, the silence between them deepened. For Godfrey, war had been purpose. In victory, he found only emptiness. And for Marika, every triumph seemed to confirm that grace, once given, was an unending prison. It was during this era that she made her most consequential decision, the sealing of destined death. At the heart of the Elden Ring lay the Rune of Death, the force that once ensured all beings would return to the Erdtree's roots in due time. To preserve her Age of Radiance, Marika removed this rune and entrusted it to her shadow, Malekith, the Black Blade. She commanded him to guard it with his life and never let it touch the world again. Thus was death undone. None could truly perish, and the cycle of life became eternal stasis. The world ceased to breathe. What was intended as mercy became suffocation. In the centuries that followed, the Erdtree's radiance reached its zenith. Beneath its boughs, golden sap fell like tears, and all nations bent their knee to Marika's rule. But even as the people praised the perfection of her reign, the queen herself began to sense the creeping stillness that had settled over creation. The souls that returned to the Erdtree no longer spoke to her as they once had. Their whispers were faint, their individuality dissolved into the greater light. What had she created, she wondered? A paradise without death, or a prison where every soul became indistinguishable from grace? Legends tell of a night when Marika ascended alone to the summit of the Erdtree and knelt before its heart. There, she beheld the Elden Ring in all its shimmering complexity, a lattice of runes that pulsed like veins of living gold. For the first time, she saw not perfection, but flaw, a truth that the greater will had hidden even from her. The ring was, not eternal. It required obedience to endure. Its order depended upon submission, and in that revelation, a quiet rebellion began to stir within her heart. From that night forward, Marika's actions grew unpredictable. She became distant from Godfrey, her decrees more cryptic, her silences longer. The scholars of the Golden Order recorded her visions, but could not comprehend them. They spoke of a fracture in the goddess's gaze, a subtle shift that none dared to name aloud. She had begun to doubt the greater will, though she herself did not yet understand what that doubt would become. To comprehend her transformation, one must remember that even gods, when bound by eternity, come to crave change. The Erdtree's light, unending and absolute, had left no room for growth, no space for imperfection. And in the quiet hours of her contemplation, Marika must have seen that the only path forward lay not in preservation, but in shattering. For order, to remain divine, must sometimes be broken. And so, beneath the unblinking gold of the Erdtree's branches, a question began to bloom in her heart. A question that no god should ever ask. What if grace itself was the cage? When the age of radiance reached its peak, the realm stood hushed beneath the weight of perfection. The Erdtree towered above every horizon, its golden light diffused through endless clouds like an eternal dawn that never gave way to night. And yet, even within this supposed paradise, something in the air had begun to thin. It was as if the world itself had grown weary of its own brilliance. The earth no longer trembled with creation, and the winds, that once carried whispers of grace, now moved without voice. In that stillness, Queen Marika's thoughts turned often to her consort, the man who had brought the lands between under her law, and who, like her, now found himself adrift in victory. Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, had conquered the world in Marika's name. His axe had silenced 1,000 rebellions. His armies carried banners that glowed with the light of the Erdtree. He was adored by the masses as the living embodiment of the Golden Order's might, and yet beneath the praise, there lingered a quiet disquiet. Godfrey had been a warrior forged for conquest, and in peace, he found no purpose. The Age of Radiance offered no more enemies to fell, no more glories to win. His valor, once celebrated, became obsolete. Marika saw this fading of her champion, and in it, a mirror of her own decline. The light of the Erdtree could conquer everything except meaning itself. To restore purpose, Marika sought a test. The gods of the old crucible had long spoken through trial and transformation, and though she had bound their remnants beneath her tree, she still understood the necessity of struggle. She looked upon her husband and saw in him the last remnant of a divine ideal, the strength of mortality ennobled by faith. It was not cruelty that guided her next act, but a desperate yearning to rekindle the fading fire of existence. With the authority of divinity, she stripped Godfrey of his grace. She named him tarnished, severing his connection to the Erdtree, and cast him and his kin beyond the lands between. In the hymns of the Golden Order, this exile is sung as a moment of divine mercy, the Queen's gift of trial to her most faithful servant. But the tone of those hymns hides a deeper sorrow. For Marika wept as she unbound him, though her tears fell unseen beneath her veil. She had loved Godfrey not as goddess to servant, but as one soul recognizes another, each built to bear a burden no mortal heart could sustain. Yet she knew that to love him was to chain him, and to keep him would be to deny him purpose. The tarnished departed, their queen's radiance dimming behind them like a sun swallowed by horizon. With Godfrey's exile, the last great age of chivalric war ended, and the silence within the capital deepened. Landel's streets gleamed brighter than ever, but the songs of victory faded into chants of remembrance. The priests of the Golden Order declared that Marika's wisdom had elevated her beyond emotion, that she had ascended into pure grace. But in the quiet halls of the Erdtree's inner sanctum, the truth was different. The goddess had grown hollow. Without her consort's presence, she began to wander the boundaries of her own creation like a ghost in a temple built to contain her. In that long solitude, she began to perceive the faint discord in the Erdtree's song. The roots whispered differently now, their rhythms slower, their harmonies off balance. The souls returning to the tree no longer carried the individuality of their lives. They entered as echoes and dissolved without memory. Marika listened for centuries, searching for a trace of what she had once known, a voice, a dream, perhaps even a name. But the Erdtree sang only of permanence. It was then, the chronicles suggest, that she began to dream of the fracture. Her visions came as flashes of impossible geometry. The Elden Ring splintered into countless fragments, each rune shining with its own will. She saw in these dreams not destruction, but liberation, the dispersal of order into possibility. The Golden Order's scholars would later call this heresy, but for Marika, it was revelation. She began to understand that to preserve life by denying death was to deny the very motion of existence. Everything she had created had become a reflection of stasis, her law, her grace, her immortality. All were cages woven from her own devotion. To grasp the nature of her despair, one must remember the contradiction of her existence. The greater will had chosen her because she was strong enough to bear its design, but in bearing it, she ceased to be herself. The longer she ruled, the more her individuality eroded beneath the weight of divine purpose. The greater her divinity, the smaller her freedom. What mortal historians call Marika's fall was not a sudden act of rebellion, but the slow reclamation of self after millennia of divine obedience. She had become the god of a flawless world and realized too late that flawlessness is a kind of death. But the Erdtree's light did not tolerate disobedience. The moment her thoughts turned against the greater will, the two fingers descended into unease. They whispered through their interpreters that the Queen's silence had grown troubling, that her faith required renewal. Priests spoke of rededication, of new rituals, of greater devotion, but Marika did not answer them. She moved through the halls of Leyndell as though half absent, her mind elsewhere. Some accounts claim that the Erdtree itself dimmed when she passed beneath it, its golden leaves paling for an instant as though unwilling to meet her eyes. During this time, the world beyond the capital began to fracture in small but telling ways. The dragons, who had once ruled the skies before the Age of Grace, stirred from their slumber. The Carian sorcerers, distant in their moonlit halls, began to question the supremacy of the Erdtree's light. And deep beneath the ground, in the hidden city of Nox, echoes of the Eternal's old faith began to stir once more. The order that had once united the lands between was beginning to unravel, though few dared to speak of it. Marika's counselors urged her to take another consort, to renew the divine lineage and restore balance to the realm. They whispered of champions, scholars, even demigods born of her own line. But she ignored them, her thoughts fixed on the horizon. It was during one of her wanderings, beyond Leyndell, that she first encountered the red-haired champion who would alter the course of eternity, Radagon of the Golden Order. He came from the far edges of her empire, a warrior priest whose brilliance in battle was matched only by his devotion to the faith she herself had begun to question. Their meeting remains shrouded in mystery. Some claim that Radagon was her creation, a reflection of her unyielding will given flesh. Others suggest he was chosen by the greater will to correct her growing defiance. Whatever his origin, Marika saw in him a strange mirror of her own divided nature, a being both of order and rebellion, of creation and destruction. The two became inseparable, and yet their bond was not one of passion, but of necessity. For in him, Marika found the means to understand herself, and in her, Radagon found the divine purpose he was born to serve. Their union marked the beginning of a new paradox, the merging of two beings into one soul divided. In time, Radagon would become her other half, her reflection, her undoing. But for now, their bond brought renewal to the fading realm. Together, they forged a second age of the Golden Order, one built not on conquest, but on belief. Lanedel's streets once again filled with song, and the Erdtree's light seemed to brighten. Yet beneath this revival, the fracture widened. For though Radagon served grace with fervour, Marika's faith had already begun to fade beyond repair. And so, as the people sang praises of unity and the Erdtree glowed brighter than ever, the Queen looked to the heavens and felt only distance. For she had begun to understand that divinity, in its perfection, leaves no room for love, and that the only truth worth seeking might be found in imperfection itself. In the years that followed, a strange harmony fell over the lands between, a fragile peace woven from contradiction. Marika, radiant yet withdrawn, presided as divine sovereign, while at her side stood Radagon, the red-haired champion whose presence stirred the realm into renewal. To the faithful, their union seemed the perfect reflection of grace itself. Gold and flame intertwined, the symbol of divine balance. Yet beneath the surface, that balance trembled. For though they were seen as two, their essence was one, and that truth would one day undo the very foundation of the world. No mortal alive could comprehend the nature of their bond. In the earliest inscriptions found beneath Lanedel, the two fingers are said to have declared, "Radagon is Marika." Scholars of the Golden Order debated this for centuries, unable to decide whether it was metaphor, revelation, or blasphemy. But the deeper meaning lay in the paradox of divinity itself. The greater will had split one soul into two bodies, a god divided against itself, so that it might contain both obedience and doubt. Through Radagon, the will sought to correct Marika's growing dissonance, to bind her rebellion in the shape of her own reflection. Through Marika, that rebellion would slowly infect the order meant to contain it. Radagon was a being of light and discipline. His hair, like burning sunset, was said to blaze during battle. He spoke in riddles of unity, of faith, of the perfection that came through suffering. Marika found in him a mirror of her former self, a creature wholly devoted to the divine plan she had begun to question. She loved him, not as one loves another, but as one might love a memory of who they once were. He, in turn, revered her not as a wife, but as a god to whom his existence was both bound and subordinate. Between them, love and duty blurred until neither could tell which was which. From their union were born 3 children, Malenia, Miquella, and Radagon, each carrying fragments of their dual nature. Malenia, blessed and cursed with the scarlet rot, embodied decay as creation. Miquella, luminous and eternally youthful, embodied innocence as divinity. And Radagon, mighty among warriors, bore both their strength and their longing for the unreachable stars. These children were not mere demigods, but reflections of a cosmic paradox, beings who would later fracture the world as surely as their parents had fractured themselves. Yet in their infancy, they symbolized hope, a renewal of the divine line, a new generation to sustain the Golden Order's promise. During this era, Radagon led armies in service of the Erdtree, marching to quell the Carian sorcerers in the north. The Carians, governed by Queen Renala and her moonborn lineage, followed the Lunar Queen's guidance rather than the sunlit will of the Erdtree. To Radagon, their faith represented deviation, heresy cloaked in starlight. The war that followed was long and brutal, fought not merely for territory, but for the soul of the world. Magic clashed with miracle, moonlight against gold. Legends say that on the battlefield at Liurnia's edge, the sky itself split, half bathed in lunar blue, half gilded with grace, and that the river's surface glowed crimson with the mingled blood of gods and mortals alike. But when Radagon met Renala upon that final field, something within him faltered. Her wisdom and sorrow mirrored something familiar, perhaps an echo of Marika's fading faith. Instead of striking her down, he laid aside his blade. The two became bound by a different kind of union, one of mutual recognition between two deities of fading light. He married her, and for a time, the golden and lunar faiths were reconciled. To the Golden Order, it was an age of divine diplomacy. To Marika, it was abandonment. The man who was her reflection had strayed beyond her reach, and in doing so, left her to confront the part of herself that could no longer believe. While Radagon fathered children with Renala, Rani, Rykard, and others, Marika ruled alone, her silence deepening into melancholy. The people whispered that she had withdrawn from the Erdtree's heart, no longer walking among her subjects. The priests interpreted her solitude as divine contemplation, but those closest to her knew it was doubt. She watched from her throne as her reflection lived another life, fathered other gods, and spread the light of the order she herself had begun to see as a cage. In this duplicity, the seeds of the shattering were already sown. When at last Radagon returned, called by grace to Leyndell, he found Marika changed beyond recognition. The goddess he had left behind had grown cold, her eyes no longer reflecting the light of the Erdtree, but its absence. Their reunion was marked not by tenderness, but by silence. Some say they spoke no words at all, that when he entered her sanctum, they simply stared into one another's eyes, until the air itself thickened with divinity, and then they merged. The queen and her reflection, the god and his vessel, fused into one being once more. In that moment, the Golden Order regained its completeness, but at a cost neither could comprehend. To the faithful, it was a miracle, a sign of cosmic perfection. The Queen and the Lord had become inseparable, one divine essence, balancing itself. But to Marika, the union was a final loss of self. Radagon's devotion became her prison, his certainty the shackle around her doubt. She could feel his faith pressing against her thoughts, silencing her defiance, shaping her will back toward the greater will's command. The queen who had once dared to question eternity now found her rebellion buried beneath a tide of borrowed obedience. And yet, somewhere deep within, her resistance endured. The same mind that conceived the Golden Order now began to contemplate its end. As she gazed upon the Erdtree's radiant trunk, she saw not beauty, but confinement. Its roots bound the world, its light erased shadow. In her heart, she began to conceive the impossible, to unmake what she had made, to tear the divine law from its source. But for such an act, she would need a wound deep enough to pierce divinity itself. That wound would come through betrayal, her own, and that of those who loved her. Maliketh still guarded destined death, the fragment of the ring that could slay even gods. Marika alone knew where it lay hidden, sealed by her command. To undo eternity, she would need to reclaim it. But to do so was to invite chaos back into creation, to risk unmaking everything she had built. Her silence grew heavier. Her attendants whispered of strange dreams, of the goddess weeping in her sleep, of words spoken to no one. What is grace, if not a gilded shroud? In those dreams, she must have glimpsed the future, the shattering, the wars of her children, the fall of her beloved order. And yet she did not turn away. She had come to understand that eternity without change was not salvation, but rot, that divinity itself could decay if left untested. Somewhere in the unlit reaches of her mind, the thought took root. Perhaps destruction was another form of mercy. As the Erdtree's golden leaves drifted down like slow rain over Leyndell, the realm continued to sing hymns of unity, unaware that its God had already begun to dismantle heaven from within. And in that quiet rebellion, the first cracks appeared in eternity. Long before the shattering, before the Erdtree became a monument to silence, there stood at Marika's side a single guardian whose loyalty was beyond question. Malekith, her half-brother, her shadow, and the keeper of destined death, was the blade she trusted more than any mortal army or celestial envoy. Born of the same Numen blood, yet forged in darkness, Malekith's very being was tied to hers. Where she radiated grace, he carried its reflection. Unyielding duty, boundless devotion, and an understanding that his life would never be his own. To speak of Queen Marika without Malekith is to miss the quiet tragedy that haunted her reign. For every act of divine creation demanded a shadow to bear its consequence, and Malekith bore them all. When Marika first sealed away the rune of death, she did not destroy it. Such a law could not be erased, only hidden. She tore it from the Elden Ring with her own divine hands and entrusted it to her brother, commanding that he keep it sealed for all time. In his chest burned a fragment of that power, caged but never dormant. Through Malekith, death lived as a subdued echo, still potent, still patient. From that moment on, he became both sword and seal, his very breath a prayer of containment. None could die true deaths, and even the gods would endure without end. But it was this defiance of death that slowly poisoned the world Marika sought to perfect. Malekith obeyed without question. His life became a pilgrimage of solitude, guarding the sanctum where destined death was bound. He built temples not for worship, but for vigilance, their stones carved with runes of negation. His black blades, warriors devoted to the same purpose, swore eternal fealty to his charge. Theirs was a creed of stillness and silence. No death, no rest, no deviation. To them, loyalty meant immobility, and service meant the annihilation of self. In time, their discipline turned to despair. The rune they guarded whispered through dreams, calling them to doubt, promising release. Those who succumbed became shades. Phantoms stripped of purpose, wandering between life and nothingness. Malekith slew them all with his own hand, weeping after each strike. Marika watched from afar. Though she never broke her vow of secrecy, she felt the consequence of what she had done to her brother. In him, she saw the reflection of her own imprisonment, a god tasked with maintaining a law that slowly erased his soul. There were nights when she would summon him to Leyendell, and they would stand together beneath the Erdtree, saying nothing. He would kneel, head bowed, awaiting command. She would place her hand upon his helm and whisper his name like a prayer. He never knew that in those moments she sought forgiveness, not obedience. The centuries rolled on, and the imbalance grew. With death removed from the natural order, existence became stagnant. Beings who should have passed on lingered endlessly, their essence rotting even as their bodies endured. The Erdtree's golden sap thickened, no longer a symbol of renewal, but of accumulation, life piling upon itself without release. Marika could feel it in the roots, the slow suffocation of the world she'd sanctified, and yet the greater will remained silent. Its grace continued to flow, radiant but cold, insisting that eternity was the highest mercy. The breaking point came with the birth of Marika's eldest child by Godfrey, the fierce demigod, Godwyn, the Golden. He embodied all that the Golden Order prized: valor, beauty, loyalty, and unshakable grace. His very presence inspired adoration. To the people, he was the living proof of divinity's perfection. To Marika, he was both pride and warning. She loved him as only a mother could love a child, yet she sensed in him the same stasis that had begun to suffocate her. Godwin's glory was flawless, and therefore doomed. When death finally returned to the world, it came not as a curse, but as consequence. The Black Knife assassins, Numan women said to be descendants of Marika's own kin, stole a fragment of destined death from Malekith's care. They tempered their blades with its power and struck down Godwin in the dark of night. His death was unlike any other. His soul perished while his body lived, leaving behind the first true undead. The moment the blade pierced his flesh, the golden radiance of the Erdtree shuddered, its light flickering as though inhaling pain for the first time. When news reached Marika, the goddess fell silent for 7 days. The court trembled, expecting wrath, yet no command came. Some say she sat before the altar where the Elden Ring shimmered, staring into its radiant geometry until her tears turned to light. Others say she sought Malekith and embraced him, forgiving him even as she cursed the burden she had laid upon him. For the first time in an age, death had touched her creation, and she understood that the seal she had demanded would never hold forever. Malekith, tormented by guilt, pursued the assassins across continents. His hunt was merciless, his fury unrestrained. The temples he had built became pyres. Yet even as he slaughtered those who had defied him, he sensed that the true fault lay not with them, but with the goddess he served. His faith began to fracture. For if his queen had commanded him to suppress death, and that suppression had doomed the world, then his obedience had been the truest sin of all. Marika felt his rage echoing through the Erdtree's roots. She knew the Black Blades had acted not out of rebellion, but out of inevitability. They had simply done what destiny demanded. And somewhere deep within, she recognized that the death of her son was the only way life could continue. The first seed of the shattering had been planted, not by hatred, but by necessity. In the centuries that followed, the Golden Order began to unravel from within. Godwin's half-dead body, entombed beneath the Erdtree, became the root of corruption. His lifeless form fused with the roots themselves, birthing the grotesque death root that would one day spread across the lands between. Priests called it blasphemy, but Marika saw it as truth made visible. Her perfect world was rotting, and the decay was divine. She returned once more to the Elden Ring, gazing into its whirling sigils. For the first time, she raised her hand not in worship, but in defiance. And though no mortal witnessed it, the goddess struck the ring itself. The sound was like the shattering of all creation, the echo of rebellion echoing through eternity. The Erdtree trembled, its branches weeping molten gold, and the elden beast stirred in pain. That act, her first true sin against the greater will, did not destroy the ring, but it fractured its perfect harmony. And in that fracture, Marika found clarity. She realized that divinity had become tyranny, that order had consumed life itself. To preserve creation, she would have to undo the god she had been made to be, but such an act could not be accomplished alone. Her other half, Radagon, still prayed in ignorance, believing himself servant to the same grace she now sought to destroy. Their souls were bound, their will intertwined, yet her rebellion had become hers alone. She could not strike the final blow while bound to his faith, so she began to weave a secret plan, one that would unmake the world without the greater will's knowing. It began with whispers to her shadow, with questions Malekith dared not answer aloud. If death were freed, she asked him, would you still guard me? And though his loyalty warred with his fear, he bowed his head and said, until the end, my queen. Thus, in the shadow of grief and the silence of forbidden questions, the goddess who once sealed death began to summon it back. The shattering had not yet come, but its music had begun to play. Softly, like a funeral dirge no one else could hear. The day Marika shattered the Elden Ring, the heavens themselves seemed to recoil. It was not an act of rage, nor even of defiance. It was something quieter, heavier, like the sound of a heart breaking after too many centuries of silence. The sacred geometry that had governed all life within the lands between fractured, its golden runes scattering through the air like shards of dying light. The Elden Beast, the living manifestation of the greater will's law, roared in pain somewhere deep within the roots of the Erd tree. And through that wound, the world changed forever. To the faithful, the moment was blasphemy without precedent. The Golden Order's priests fell to their knees, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. The two fingers convulsed within their sanctums, their gestures of divine communication reduced to incoherent spasms. The sky dimmed. The light of grace flickered, not extinguished, but no longer whole. And at the heart of it all stood Marika, her hands trembling, her eyes reflecting the broken light of eternity. For the first time since her ascension, she felt utterly alone. Radagon, bound to her as the other half of her divine essence, felt the fracture as though it were his own sin. The pain drew him to the heart of the Erd tree, where he beheld what she had done. What followed was neither reconciliation nor war, but something between them, a collision of will and sorrow. Marika stood before the shattered altar, the fragments of the Elden Ring orbiting around her like distant moons. She looked upon Radagon not with hatred, but with a deep, mournful recognition. He was her reflection, her mistake, her restraint made flesh. And he, seeing the ruin she had wrought, could only fall to his knees and whisper her name. In some versions of the hymn that commemorates this moment, it is said that Radagon attempted to repair the ring, piecing its scattered fragments back into shape. His hands bled gold as he tried to restore what she had destroyed, but each time he neared completion, the runes would recoil, as if the law itself rejected his devotion. In others, it is said that Marika struck him down, her sorrow turned to fury, unable to bear the sight of her own obedience reflected in his eyes. But in all tellings, one truth remains. From that day forth, the two were one body bound to the Erd tree, Marika's form crucified within its heart, her limbs spread in eternal suspension, and Radagon's spirit fused within her, ceaselessly laboring to mend what she had broken. Their punishment was not death, for death had no dominion. It was imprisonment within eternity, the very fate Marika had sought to escape. The greater will, distant and unseen, had no need to descend in wrath. Its silence was judgment enough. The two fingers, its instruments, declared that the goddess had been confined as both penance and example, that her suffering would preserve the order she had defied. But in truth, that order was already unraveling. The Golden Order, without its goddess, became a kingdom without a heart. The Erd tree's light continued to shine, but its radiance no longer reached every corner of the world. Beyond Leyndell, darkness began to reclaim the edges of the realm. The gods, who had once ruled beneath Marika's grace, turned upon one another. Her children, demigods, born of divine lineage and mortal pride, each claimed fragments of the shattered ring, declaring themselves rightful heirs to her broken throne. Godric fortified his kingdom in Stormvale, wrapping his body in stolen limbs to feign godhood. Renala, abandoned by Radagon, withdrew into madness, her heart encased in a golden egg. Ranni, her daughter, vanished into the night, pursuing the cold light of the moon. And far to the west, the red-maned General Radahn held the stars, in check through sheer will, refusing to let the heavens move while his mother's fate remained unavenged. In this chaos, the world began to remember death. The Black Knives' cursed blades, still carrying the faint echo of destined death, spread their influence through the land. The death root that had sprung from Godwyn's corpse continued to grow, corrupting earth and spirit alike. Graves began to fill once more, and the people, once sheltered under the false eternity of the Erdtree, were forced to confront the truth of mortality. For some, it was terror. For others, it was freedom. And still, Marika endured. Bound within the Erdtree's luminous prison, her consciousness drifted between wakefulness and dream. Sometimes she saw Radagon's face through the haze, his expression locked in eternal repentance. Other times, she saw her children at war, their ambitions tearing apart the fragile balance of the world she had created. She wanted to call to them, to warn them, but her voice had been sealed by grace. The only sound that escaped her lips was the faint echo of a sob, indistinguishable from the wind that rustled through the tree's branches. Yet even in confinement, her defiance did not die. The act of shattering the ring had created an opening, a wound in the fabric of divine order. Through that fracture, a new kind of light began to seep, faint and uncertain, reaching those whom the Erdtree had long forgotten. The tarnished, exiled in ages past by her own decree, felt it first. Across distant lands and dying empires, they stirred from lifetimes of slumber. In dreams, they saw the faint glimmer of gold calling them home, the voice of a mother, both pleading and commanding. It was not the greater will that beckoned them, but something older, quieter, the last will of Marika herself. It is said that in those dreams she did not speak words but feelings, regret, sorrow, hope. To some, it felt like the warmth of childhood, to others, like a command carved into their bones. Rise, she seemed to whisper. Seek the throne. Mend what I have broken, or break it further, that it may be remade anew. The message was neither order nor prophecy, but possibility. And for the first time since her imprisonment, Marika's will extended beyond her prison walls. Meanwhile, the greater will turned its gaze elsewhere. Perhaps it had grown weary of its errant vessel, or perhaps it simply waited for the world to correct itself. The two fingers, ever faithful, proclaimed that the order would soon be restored, that a new Elden Lord would rise to reunite the fragments. But their gestures had grown frantic, their silence between movements longer. Even they seemed uncertain whether the God they served still listened. As centuries blurred into myth, the Erdtree became both sanctuary and tomb. Its roots wound deep into the lands below, feeding upon death while shining with light above. The faithful still prayed to Marika, never realizing their goddess hung crucified within the tree they worshipped. The priests called her eternal, unchanging, the embodiment of divine order, but her stillness was not serenity. It was resistance. Every moment she remained bound, she tested the limits of her cage. There are whispers among the tarnished that when the Erdtree's shadow falls long across the land, one can hear a faint cracking within its heart. Not the creak of wood, but the slow, inevitable splintering of faith. Some say it is the sound of Radagon's futile labor as he tries once more to mend the broken ring. Others believe it is Marika herself, still striking at the chains that hold her, waiting for the day when mortal hands will finish what she began. For even bound to the tree, her will endures. The goddess who shattered eternity remains alive, and in the silence of the Erdtree's golden chambers, she dreams. Not of peace, but of freedom. And in that dream, the first stirrings of destiny awaken once more, carried on a whisper that even gods cannot silence. The world must be broken to be made whole again. In the wake of Marika's shattering, the world became a mirror of her broken will. The laws that had once bound heaven and earth together splintered into fragments of ambition, each reflecting only a part of the divine truth that once was whole. Across the lands between, The demigods, her children and heirs, rose from the silence of grace to claim what remained of their mother's inheritance. None knew the full purpose of the Elden Ring, yet each felt its absence like a wound that would not close. The realm that had once sung in harmony beneath the Erdtree now echoed with the clamour of rival gods seeking to fill the void. Marika's crucifixion was not spoken of openly. To the common faithful, she was still divine, still seated in glory within the heart of the tree. But the truth spread like rumour through the ranks of those who could hear the faint tremor of divinity, the priests, the scholars, the tarnished touched by grace. They whispered that the goddess was gone, that her will had shattered along with the ring, and that the age of order had come to an end. In the vacuum of that silence, her children began to shape the world after their own image, each believing themselves the rightful continuation of her dream. It began with Godric, the last scion of the golden lineage. He had inherited little of his forefather Godfrey's valour, and even less of Marika's divinity. Yet ambition burned in him brighter than any grace. When the Urdi ceased to speak, Godric took the silence as opportunity. He declared himself the true heir of the Golden Order and fortified his rule in Stormvale Castle, stitching the limbs of fallen warriors to his own body in grotesque imitation of divine completeness. His mutilated form became a symbol of desperation, the mortal's attempt to reassemble perfection by force. His madness was pitiable, but his intent prophetic. In a world where the goddess herself had been bound, every being sought new ways to approximate divinity. Far to the north, in the Academy of Raya Lucaria, Queen Renala mourned the loss of Radagon, who had been reclaimed by Marika's fractured divinity. Her mind, once the envy of scholars, broke under the weight of absence. She retreated into the Grand Library and sealed herself within a cocoon of magic, cradling the amber egg that housed her unborn hope. Around her, the Academy fell into disarray. Scholars abandoned study for devotion, forming cults around the remnants of her lunar power. The moonlit halls that had once echoed with the debate of philosophers became silent mausoleums of obsession. Renala's daughter, Rani, watched her mother's decline with quiet detachment. The half-moon blood that flowed in her veins carried both the logic of sorcery and the seed of rebellion. She had long seen what her mother refused to admit, that the order of the Erdtree and the faith of the moon were both prisons of light, different faces of the same celestial tyranny. When the Elden Ring shattered, Rani saw not tragedy, but opportunity. She renounced the greater will and sought another path, one that led through shadow rather than gold. In secret, she communed with the ancient spirits of the stars, and with one of the most forbidden of all outer beings, the dark moon itself. In this communion, she found revelation. The greater will had imposed its order through Marika, but beyond its reach lay other truths, colder and older than the light of grace. The moon, the void, the night. These were not the absence of order, but its counterpart, the freedom of unknowing. And so, Rani made her decision. She would slay her own flesh, severing her soul from the control of the greater will, and in doing so, she would become a being beyond its dominion. The Night of the Black Knives, long believed to be a tale of vengeance, was also her creation, a ritual meant to awaken the possibility of self-determination in a world enslaved by cosmic law. While Rani vanished into myth, another of Marika's children rose to prominence in the southern lands, Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. A scholar once devoted to the principles of the Golden Order, he had come to see in his mother's imprisonment the ultimate hypocrisy of divine law. If gods may bleed, he declared, then their blood should feed the hungry. He gathered exiles, heretics, and serpent worshippers beneath the burning peaks of Miquella, where he conducted his terrible communion. There, he consumed the great serpent, melding his body and soul with the endless hunger of the creature. In devouring the serpent, Rykard believed he had devoured the very hierarchy of the cosmos, freeing himself from the cycle of order and servitude. His followers became zealots of consumption, believing that to eat the gods was to surpass them. Further still to the west, a different kind of divinity awoke. Malenia, daughter of Marika and Radagon, rose from slumber, clad in red rot, her flesh both divine and diseased. She was a goddess born of paradox, grace turned inward, perfection decaying from within. Her brother Miquella, pure and eternally youthful, served as her counterpart, a god of eternal growth, untouched by corruption, yet incapable of completing his own divinity. Together, they dreamed of a new order, one freed from both rot and rigidity, but the world was not ready for such balance. When Miquella fell into slumber beneath his Haligtree, Malenia alone bore their vision forward, her rot spreading like a slow and sacred plague. It was inevitable that these divine ambitions would collide. Each demigod, bearing a fragment of the shattered ring, saw themselves as the destined heir to the throne. And so began the wars that would define the age, the demigod wars, the age of endless blood. No longer did the Erdtree's golden light fall equally upon all. Its radiance favoured no one, and thus each god sought to claim it by force. Armies clashed across the plains of Altus. Magic scorched the skies over Leonia. The waters of Caelid turned red with rot. And through it all, the Erdtree stood silent, its golden glow unwavering but empty, as if watching the collapse of its own creation, without judgment or sorrow. In the midst of the carnage, the faith of the common people crumbled. Priests who had once preached the perfection of grace now questioned whether their goddess still lived. Some turned to worship her children. Others turned to new gods rising from the chaos, beings born not of divine sanction, but of mortal desperation. The frenzied flame, the formless mother, and other nameless powers began to whisper from the cracks in reality, calling to those who had been abandoned by the light. The more the world fractured, the more voices there were to answer. And yet, even as the demigods waged war, a deeper silence persisted. Within the Erdtree's luminous heart, Marika remained unmoving, her body crucified, her mind drifting between consciousness and memory. Some say she watched the wars unfold through Radagon's eyes, feeling each divine death as another wound upon her own soul. Others believe she slept through it all, dreaming of a time when the world had been whole. But if she dreamed, her dream was not peace, it was return. She had broken the ring so that the world might remember imperfection, yet now it bled beyond recognition. From the ruins of grace rose something new: choice. Each demigod represented a fragment of Marika's divided soul: ambition, rebellion, decay, love, pride, and their wars became the theatre through which the world decided what kind of order might follow. For the first time, the lands between were truly free, and in that freedom lay ruin. It was said that when the night was still, one could hear faint weeping from within the Erdtree's heart, not of sorrow, but of acceptance. For the goddess who had shattered eternity must have known that creation often requires destruction. And as her children tore the world apart in her absence, she waited, not for forgiveness, but for the faint glimmer of something that even gods must one day hope for: renewal. When the demigod wars reached their crescendo, the lands of Caelid became their crucible. Once fertile, the region turned crimson beneath a sky that refused to clear. Here, beneath clouds choked with ash and decay, Marika's daughter Malenia rose, as both savior and scourge, the living embodiment of contradiction. To her soldiers, she was the unyielding blade of grace, a warrior whose every strike shimmered with divine light. To her enemies, she was the rot incarnate, a curse that devoured both flesh and soul. And though few understood the nature of her power, all who saw her in battle knew one thing. She was the most terrible beauty the Erdtree had ever birthed. Malenia's origin was both miracle and blight. Born of Marika and Radagon, she entered the world without eyes, her veins already tainted by the scarlet rot, a corruption that festered deep within her divine flesh. Where others might have perished, she endured, for her will burned brighter than any disease. In her brother Miquella, she found purpose. He alone could temper her rot, and through him, she dreamed of a world freed from the tyranny of both perfection and decay. Miquella's Haligtree was to be that haven, a sanctuary where all could live beyond the reach of the greater will. Under its branches, they sought to cultivate a new kind of grace, one untouched by cosmic law. But dreams, in the lands between, are fragile things. When the shattering began and the demigods turned their blades upon one another, Miquella's vision faltered. His divine youth made him incorruptible, but incomplete. His godhood remained forever in the bud, unable to bloom. Seeking to perfect himself, he wove a cocoon of dream and blood, sealing himself within the Haligtree's heart. There, he slept, waiting for a time when the world could accept a god who ruled not through order, but through compassion. Malenia swore to guard his slumber with her life. To her, Miquella was not merely a brother, but salvation itself, the only being who could make her suffering meaningful. Yet the world had no mercy to give. Word of Miquella's divinity spread, and with it came greed. Demigods and champions alike sought to claim the Haligtree, believing that whoever possessed Miquella's body could command a new age of grace. Malenia met them all in battle. Clad in armor that gleamed like molten gold and crimson, she fought with the calm of one who has accepted both glory and death. The rot within her burned ever brighter, each wound she sustained blooming into scarlet petals that consumed her foes. For every limb she lost, new strength grew in its place. She was a goddess of persistence, a paradox of decay turned endurance. Among her countless foes, one name stands apart: General Radon, her half-brother, the Red Man champion who had halted the movement of the stars. Theirs was not a war of conquest, but of inevitability, the unyielding force of rot against the immovable will of gravity. When they met upon the plains of Caelid, the very ground trembled beneath the weight of their divinity. Their armies clashed for 7 days and nights, and each blow they exchanged reshaped the land. Rivers dried to dust, mountains sank into molten fields, and the air grew thick with the stench of burning souls. On the final day, when both armies lay in ruin, Malenia unleashed the full measure of her rot. In a single breath, the crimson bloom erupted from her body, consuming everything around her in a tide of death and beauty. Radon, though godlike in his strength, could not withstand it. His mind shattered, his form twisted, and his consciousness dissolved into madness. The scarlet rot had won, not through domination, but through transformation. The field became a sea of red flowers, their petals whispering softly in the wind like mournful prayers. And at their center stood Malenia, her armor corroded, her body frail, but her will unbroken. She whispered only one word as she collapsed: brother. The bloom of Caelid marked a turning point in the demigod wars. The gods themselves had begun to fall, not through mortal rebellion, but through the burden of their own contradictions. Malenia's victory was Pyrrhic. She had defended her brother's dream, but destroyed everything that could have made it real. The rot she carried spread far beyond Caelid, seeping into the soil, the beasts, and the hearts of those who survived. Priests of the Golden Order called it blasphemy, the antithesis of grace. But among the desperate and the dying, whispers began to spread that the Scarlet Goddess offered a truth the Erdtree had long denied, that even decay could be divine. The worship of the Scarlet Rot began in secret. The afflicted, once shunned and burned, gathered beneath the shadow of the Haligtree. They prayed not for cure, but for transcendence through their corruption. In Malenia's withering form, they saw the mirror of their own suffering, the idea that imperfection could itself become a kind of grace. To them, the bloom of rot was not disease, but revelation. The Erdtree offered eternity without change. The rot offered change without end. In its slow, creeping decay, they found a strange and terrible hope. Meanwhile, deep within the Haligtree, Miquella's cocoon remained sealed. He did not awaken. His sister's faith endured, but even she could not see that his body had been stolen, torn from its cradle by another god who saw in his divinity a tool for his own transcendence. Mohg, Lord of Blood, the twin of Morgott, an inheritor of the formless mother's blessing, had claimed Miquella for his dark communion. From beneath the ground, he whispered promises to his captive god, pledging to make him a true Empyrean, to free him from the stagnation of grace. But the Haligtree above withered without its heart, its sap turning pale and bitter. Malenia, sensing the loss, wandered into silence. As the centuries passed, Caelid's scarlet fields hardened into bone and dust. The once golden lands of Marika's empire had become a graveyard of gods, their legacies twisted by the same hunger that had driven them. Yet among all the tales of that time, none endured like the story of Malenia. Warriors spoke her name with reverence and fear, not as the destroyer of Caelid, but as its martyr. Even now, when the wind stirs through those crimson fields, some say they can hear her voice, a soft whisper carried on the rot. I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella. It is tempting to see her as a tragedy, the fallen daughter of a broken goddess. But in her, there lies a deeper lesson, one that echoes through the fabric of the world Marika made. For if the Erdtree's light sought perfection through stasis, Malenia's rot sought transcendence through imperfection. Where one denied death, the other embraced it as transformation. And perhaps, in the end, that is why Marika's children destroyed one another, because each carried a fragment of their mother's divided truth, and none could bear the whole. Within the Erdtree's heart, Marika remained silent, yet her shadow flickered faintly, as though stirred by the memory of the daughter she could not save. If gods dream, perhaps she dreamed then of a field of scarlet petals beneath the golden sky, where life and death mingled once more. And if she wept, her tears would have fallen unseen, absorbed into the roots that once promised eternity, but now tasted only rot. For in the bloom of Caelid, the world learned what the goddess had always known, that divinity, once fractured, cannot be mended, only reborn. And from the soil of ruin, the next age was already waiting to rise. While the lands between burned with divine war and rot bloomed like a crimson hymn to despair, another god worked in silence beneath the surface of the world. His name was Mohg, twin brother to Morgott, both born of Marika's blood and cursed as omens. Where Morgott clung to his faith and fought to preserve the crumbling Golden Order, Mohg turned away from grace entirely, seeking instead the embrace of something older and more primal. In his exile beneath the earth, he found communion with a power that the Erdtree itself feared, the formless mother, the god of blood, an unending desire. From her whispers came his ascension, and from his ascension came the birth of a new heresy, the dynasty of blood. Mohg had lived his early centuries in shadow, shunned by the priests who saw in his horns and monstrous visage the impurity of the crucible, that forbidden remnant of creation predating grace. The omens were hunted, shackled, and hidden beneath Lanedell, their cries echoing in the catacombs while the sunlight of the Erd-tree blessed the pure above. Morgott, his twin, accepted this fate and devoted himself to serving the very order that had condemned him. Mohg, however, harboured a hatred too deep for repentance. He watched the Golden Order's decay with fascination and longing. In its collapse, he saw opportunity, not for revenge, but for rebirth. In the endless caverns below the capital, Mohg discovered altars that had not been touched since the dawn of the world. These were the shrines of forgotten gods, beings whose dominion had ended when the greater will claimed the sky. Among them, one presence still lingered, a voice without body, a will without form. It called to him through the blood that dripped from his wounds, through the dreams that plagued his sleep. The formless mother promised him power not through obedience, but through communion, the mingling of essence, the consumption of divinity itself. She asked only one thing in return, that her hunger be fed. Through ritual and sacrifice, Mohg became her chosen vessel. His blood, once mortal, transformed into a dark sacrament. He could ignite it, mold it, command it as if it were an extension of his will. The very air around him shimmered with heat and thirst, and those who followed him drank from his veins as though from holy chalice. From this communion arose the Mohgwyn dynasty, a secret kingdom built beneath the ruins of the world. Its disciples were the outcast, the unwanted, and the unblessed. To them, Mohg was not a monster, but a messiah, the one who offered divinity to those denied it. Yet even gods of hunger seek more than devotion. They seek heirs. In his visions, the formless mother revealed to Mohg that true ascension required a consort, an Empyrean, through whom his dynasty could manifest in the world above. He searched for centuries until at last he found the perfect vessel, Miquella, the eternal child of Marika, sleeping within the Haligtree. Miquella, untouched by corruption, yet bound by the laws of grace he had tried to escape. To Mohg, he was purity incarnate, the ideal canvas upon which to write his godhood. The abduction of Miquella is told in hushed tones, for few witnessed it, and fewer survived. Under the veil of night, Mohg's followers crept into the Haligtree's heart. They found the cocoon, vast and glimmering, pulsing with a heartbeat that was not quite mortal. With prayers to the formless mother, Mohg broke its seal and lifted the sleeping god into his arms. Those who stood in his way were reduced to silence, some by his blade, others by the crimson flame that devoured their souls. The goddess Malenia awoke too late. She reached the inner sanctum just as her brother vanished into darkness, her scream echoing through the hollow boughs like the death cry of a world already lost. Deep beneath the lands between, in his subterranean palace, Mohg laid Miquella upon an altar of veins and thorns. Around them, rivers of blood cascaded from the walls, glowing faintly in the dim light of his sanctum. He spoke to the sleeping god as one might to a lover, promising to awaken him, to free him from the false divinity of the Erd-tree, to make him king of a new age. He poured his own blood over Miquella's cocoon, mingling their essences in the hope of communion. But Miquella never stirred. His sleep was deeper than death, his will sealed away in dreams beyond even Mohg's reach. In his desperation, Mohg began to hear whispers again, not from Miquella, but from the formless mother. She urged him to continue, to complete the rite, to feed her hunger through endless sacrifice. And so he did. The Mohgwyn dynasty became a cathedral of slaughter. Countless victims were brought before his altar, their blood spilled in waves, to strengthen the bond between God and goddess. Yet even as his power grew, the emptiness within him deepened. For though he claimed to serve the Mother of Blood, it was not her he truly sought. He desired Marika's throne, her power, her authority to shape the world. His devotion, like hers once had been, was built on defiance. Legends say that on the night of his greatest ritual, Mohg gazed upon Miquella's pale, unchanging form and felt something akin to sorrow. He touched the cocoon, expecting warmth, but felt only stillness. In that stillness, he saw himself, another god bound by desire, trapped in a cycle he could neither escape nor fulfill. He laughed then, a sound that shook the roots of the earth, and declared himself the Lord of Blood, ruler of a kingdom that no longer needed gods. But the formless mother did not laugh. Her hunger was endless, and it began to consume even him. Meanwhile, in the lands above, the world had forgotten the name of the Erdtree's imprisoned queen. The wars of her children had reduced the Golden Order to fragments of faith, clinging to dust. Morgott, the twin who had once been Mohg's reflection, still fought to preserve what little remained. As king of the capital, he ruled in secret, hiding his omen horns beneath golden cloth. While Mohg sought ascension through blasphemy, Morgott clung to duty through suffering. Each brother embodied one side of Marika's legacy: obedience and rebellion, faith and hunger, and through their division, the goddess's will continued to unravel. Below them both, in the quiet caverns where blood flowed like rivers, the Lord of Blood continued his vigil beside Miquella's cocoon. His dynasty grew restless, his followers mad with devotion, yet their god remained motionless, untouched by his love. Some whisper that even now, beneath the ruins of the world, Mohg still kneels there, whispering promises to a god who cannot hear him, his faith rotting into obsession. And perhaps that is the true curse of divinity, that every god, no matter how powerful, is forever trapped in the shadow of their own desire. For Marika sought freedom and found chains. Radagon sought order and found ruin. Malenia sought purity and found corruption. And Mohg, the god of blood, sought love and found silence. Within the Erdtree's heart, Marika might have felt the echo of her son's despair, the way his ambition mirrored her own. Perhaps she pitied him. Perhaps she envied him. For even in his madness, he was still free to reach, while she remained bound in gold and grief. And though her body was imprisoned, her thoughts wandered through the veins of the world, like ghostly light, watching as her children became the reflection of her shattered soul. Thus, in the crimson dark beneath the earth, another age took root. An age not of grace, nor of rot, nor of order, but of blood. And as it spread, the lands between descended ever deeper into a night that even the Erdtree's glow could not pierce. High above the blood-drenched caverns of Mohgwyn and the decaying fields of Caelid, the capital of Leyndell still glittered beneath the Erdtree's shadow. Its streets were paved in gold, its spires gleaming with a brilliance that mocked the ruin spreading through the rest of the world. To wander those streets in the years after the shattering was to walk through a dream preserved in amber, a vision of the Golden Order's perfection, untouched by time. But the perfection was an illusion. Beneath the gilded walls, rot crept unseen, not the crimson rot of Malenia, but a decay of faith, of memory, of meaning. The throne stood empty, its divine occupant crucified within the tree above. And in her absence, the city's heartbeat only through one man, Morgott, the veiled king, the last true heir of the golden lineage. To most of the world, Morgott was a shadow. Few had ever seen his face, He hid his omen horns beneath layers of cloth and gold, masking his cursed blood from those he ruled. The people called him the grace-given king, believing him to be a descendant of Marika's purest light. In truth, he was her forgotten son, the twin of Mohg, the monster cast aside at birth. But unlike his brother, Morgott had refused to curse his mother's name. From the catacombs beneath the capital, he had clawed his way upward, not through ambition, but through loyalty. For though the world had abandoned him, he had never abandoned her. Even when he knew her grace had faded, even when he understood that the Golden Order was but a hollow echo, he remained its last and most faithful guardian. His reign was one of quiet endurance. Where his siblings waged wars for fragments of divinity, Morgott fought to preserve the illusion of peace. He commanded the Lanedale Knights with grim discipline, quelling uprisings and driving back the madness that crept from the outer realms. When the people questioned why their goddess no longer spoke, he told them she listened. When they asked why the Erdtree's gates had sealed themselves against the dead, he told them it was divine mystery. Every lie he spoke was a prayer, a plea to a god who no longer answered. He did not rule from a throne, but from the foot of one. Each night, Morgott ascended the steps leading to the Erdtree's roots and knelt before its vast, glowing trunk. He prayed not for victory or grace, but for forgiveness. He had lived long enough to understand what few dared to speak, that the age of the gods had ended, and that his own faith had become a form of mourning. Yet he could not renounce it. To him, the Golden Order was not a system of power, but a memory of love, of a mother who had given the world light, even if that light had become unbearable. But the city he guarded no longer shared his faith. The nobles whispered of new gods and new orders. The priests argued over which fragments of the Elden Ring were true scripture. The beasts of the sewers, born of the Crucible's unpurged chaos, multiplied in darkness. And through it all, the Erdtree loomed silent, its roots coiled like golden serpents around the capital's foundations. Its light, once gentle, now burned like judgment. It was during this decline that the Tarnished began to return. Drawn by the faint glimmer of lost grace, they crossed the fog-bound seas and barren wastes to reach the capital. Each sought the throne of Elden Lord, believing themselves chosen by destiny. To Morgott, they were reminders of failure, the exiled children of Marika's mercy, called home not by divine will, but by the dying breath of a dream. He saw in their eyes the same hunger that had consumed his siblings, a yearning for purpose in a world without gods. At first, he tested them. He sent his knights, his lions, his cursed guardians to stand in their path. But one by one, they rose again, unyielding. Some died and returned, their will undimmed. Others faltered, their ambitions swallowed by despair. Morgott watched them all with quiet fascination. He began to wonder whether these mortals, stripped of grace yet still burning with its echo, were not the true inheritors of the world his family had destroyed. And yet, when one among them reached his throne, he could not bring himself to yield. Their battle, remembered in countless retellings, was less a duel than a confession. Morgott fought not to kill, but to prove that his mother's light still meant something. Each strike of his holy sword blazed with golden fire, yet beneath the radiance was sorrow. "Why do you tread upon me?" he cried, his voice cracking beneath the weight of centuries. "You tarnished, you denied by grace, long ago." The warrior did not answer, for there was nothing to say. They fought until the hall trembled, until the flames dimmed, and Morgott fell to his knees. He smiled then, faintly, the expression of a man who had finally understood what his mother had meant when she shattered the ring. "Even so," he whispered, I will continue to protect her to the very end. And so he died, not as a god, but as a man who had loved too deeply the dream of divinity. The capital mourned him in silence, though few knew who he truly was. His body, heavy with both curse and grace, was entombed beneath the steps of the Erdtree. The gates of gold that he had sworn to guard remained closed, their doors sealed by divine fire. None who came after him could enter. Even the tarnished, who had bested him, found themselves turned away. In that stillness, the capital became a mausoleum. The Erdtree's light continued to glow, but it no longer offered warmth. Its radiance was a barrier, not a blessing. The people of Leyndell began to flee, their faith dissolving into ash. The once living city turned hollow, its streets haunted by the echo of hymns sung to a god who could not hear. The Erdtree, which had once promised salvation, now held only silence, and within that silence, Marika endured. Through the faint pulse of divine essence that still flowed through the roots, she must have felt her son's death, the last act of loyalty performed in her name. Perhaps she wept, though no tear could escape the prison of her body. Or perhaps she simply watched, understanding that love, even bound to faith, is still a kind of grace. When the Erdtree's gates finally burned shut, the lands between entered its darkest age. The demigods were scattered, the faithful lost, and the gods themselves silent. But from that silence would come a new sound, a faint stirring beneath the ashes, the breath of the tarnished rising once more. For the world was not yet done with Marika's will, nor with the fragments of her broken ring. The cycle she had begun in rebellion was nearing its end, and in its end, something unthinkable waited to be born. After the death of Morgott, the light of the Erdtree no longer guided the lands between. It still shone, yes, but like the glow of a dying star, radiant from afar, yet hollow within. The great capital fell silent, its golden streets overrun by ash and wind. The priests stopped their chants, the bells ceased their ringing, and even the birds grew quiet. The world had entered a kind of divine dusk, where gods no longer ruled and mortals no longer believed. And it was into this twilight that the tarnished walked, summoned not by grace, but by memory. The tarnished were the lost children of Marika's mercy, exiles cast from grace in an age long past. Once they had fought for Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, waging conquest in the name of the Golden Order. When their purpose was fulfilled, Marika herself had stripped them of grace and banished them from the lands between, declaring that their task was done. They were meant to fade into history, forgotten among the world's outlands. But the shattering of the Elden Ring had changed everything. The faint embers of grace, long extinguished, flickered once more. From distant lands, deserts, and tombs, the tarnished began to stir. They rose as though from sleep, guided by a call that reached beyond words. Some called it destiny, others called it madness. But deep within the whisper of that call, something of Marika still spoke. Each tarnished returned to the lands between, seeking the same thing, meaning. Not all remembered the queen who had once banished them. Many had outlived faith itself. Yet in their hearts, the longing for completion burned like a spark that could not be quenched. They came upon a world in ruins, where gods fought over fragments of eternity, and mortals prayed to echoes. But where others saw decay, they saw invitation. The gates of the divine were closed to all, save those willing to walk through fire. In the beginning, they did not know what awaited them. They fought beasts twisted by the crucible's forgotten power. Servants of gods long dead, and remnants of Marika's faith now turned to zealotry. Each step forward brought them closer to the center of the world, where the Erdtree loomed like a monument to divine regret. Along the way, they met the lost, figures bound to their own fading purposes. Some were prophets who still preached the Golden Order's glory, unaware that their God had been silenced. Others were knights without kingdoms, scholars without truths, and ghosts who remembered the world before it was gilded. Each encounter was a mirror, reflecting the Tarnished's own uncertain purpose. Among them, there were those who guided. Malenia, the mysterious maiden of faded flame, approached the Tarnished with a quiet grace that felt older than the Erdtree itself. She spoke of guidance, of a journey to the foot of the divine tree, and of a purpose beyond conquest. She offered companionship, not command, and in her voice lingered the faint echo of something sorrowful, as though she herself were only half alive, a fragment of a forgotten will. Some said she was born from Marika's lingering grace, others that she was the Erdtree's dream-given form. Whatever her origin, her presence bound the journey in meaning. For through her, the Tarnished did not merely seek the throne, they sought understanding. And yet, the path to that throne was written in blood. The remnants of Marika's lineage stood in their way, each embodying a different piece of the divine order that had been broken. In Stormvale, the grotesque Godric mocked divinity by stitching himself together from the limbs of others, a parody of the completeness the Erdtree once promised. In Liurnia, Renala cradled her empty egg, a mother dreaming endlessly of rebirth. In Caelid, Malenia, the unbowed blade, waited for challenges among fields of rot. Each victory the Tarnished claimed brought them closer to the truth, that to mend the world, one must first walk through its ruin. As they journeyed, they gathered fragments of grace, small embers of light that drifted like lost souls. Each flicker revealed a memory, a glimpse of the world as it once was. Marika's first blessing, the laughter of Godfrey's armies, the hymns sung beneath the Erdtree's boughs. The Tarnished did not merely collect power, they collected history. Through them, the goddess's story began to unfold anew, told not by scripture or decree, but through scars and echoes. When they finally reached the foot of the Erdtree, they found its gates sealed by divine fire. The golden flames danced like walls of judgment, forbidding entry even to those chosen by grace. It was then that the Tarnished understood what Morgott had died protecting. Not a kingdom, but a wound. The Erdtree was not a sanctuary, but a tomb. Behind its shining bark lay the crucified form of Marika herself, bound for her rebellion, her divinity transmuted into punishment. To pass within would mean to confront the truth that all faiths had been built to deny, that even gods can fall. Denied entry, the Tarnished wandered the ruins of the capital, seeking another path. In their search, they found ashes, echoes of the dead who had once served the Golden Order. From these ashes rose spectral voices, faint and grieving, recounting their devotion to the goddess who had abandoned them. She was mercy, one whispered, and we were unworthy. Another voice followed. She was light, and it blinded us. Each fragment of remembrance deepened the Tarnished's understanding. The Erdtree had not merely imprisoned Marika, it had preserved her suffering, turning it into the world's last source of power. But something within that light still called to them, a pulse, rhythmic and insistent, like the heartbeat of a being that refused to die. It was as though the goddess's will had become the rhythm of the world itself, faint yet enduring, guiding those who dared to listen. Some Tarnished felt this pulse as temptation, others as purpose, and in that subtle guidance, the remnants of Marika's will began to weave themselves into the hearts of mortals. For the Tarnished were not saviors in the old sense. They were inheritors of ruin, beings who walked willingly into the silence left by the gods. Each step they took through ash and memory was an act of defiance, a statement that life would persist even without grace. And perhaps that was what Marika had intended all along. For in breaking the Elden Ring, she had not destroyed order. She had given it back to those who could still change. As the Tarnished journeyed onward, through volcano and swamp, through snow and shadow, the echoes of Marika's rebellion grew louder. Some began to dream of her, not as goddess or queen, but as a distant mother, watching with eyes of gold and sorrow. In those dreams, she did not speak. She simply reached out her hand, as if inviting them to finish what she could not. The age of gods was over, yet divinity lingered in the hearts of those who still sought meaning. And as the Tarnished continued their pilgrimage toward the Erdtree's silent heart, one question burned brighter than all others. Was it restoration they sought, or release? In the silent shadow of Laendel's ruin, where the golden light had grown pale, and the air smelled of old ash and withered leaves, the Tarnished began their descent beneath the Erdtree. It was there, in the labyrinth of roots and forgotten tombs, that the truth of divinity began to unravel. The light above had always promised elevation, grace descending from heaven, order bestowed upon the undeserving. But here, beneath the surface, there was only the heavy pulse of the earth, the slow rhythm of decay and remembrance. The Tarnished walked not toward the divine, but into it, descending through the veins of a god whose body had become the foundation of the world. The path was not one of grandeur. There were no golden gates or sacred hymns, only tunnels lined with roots that pulsed faintly with amber light, like arteries still alive beneath dead flesh. These were the roots of the Erdtree, but they were also the veins of Marika herself. Every step forward was a step deeper into her memory, into the centuries of silence that had passed since she had shattered the Elden Ring. The Tarnished could almost feel her presence in the air, like a whisper beneath the heartbeat of the world. It was neither benevolent nor cruel, but patient, waiting for something only mortals could deliver. As they descended, the Tarnished encountered the remains of what had once been divine guardians. Ghostly knights in golden armour stood motionless, their bodies consumed by the same light they once served. In life, they had been defenders of the Golden Order. In death, they had become statues of its futility. Their faces were serene, their postures bowed, as if even in defeat they could not let go of reverence. Among their ranks, spectral monks chanted hymns with no breath, their voices dissolving into dust before the words could form. The deeper the Tarnished went, the clearer it became that beneath the Erdtree, time itself had grown weary. It was here that the Tarnished found the catacombs of the ancient Crucible, a place older than the Erdtree, where life had once existed without boundary or law. The air shimmered with faint motes of golden red light, the colour of dawn before order claimed it. In these chambers, statues of winged men and serpentine beasts coiled together, frozen in eternal metamorphosis. They were the forms life had taken before the Golden Order's perfection, the chaotic beauty of creation ungoverned. For the first time, the Tarnished understood that the Erdtree had not replaced chaos. It had merely buried it. And the thing buried does not die. It waits. Through murals half consumed by moss, the story of the world unfolded in silence. They depicted a tree that was not yet golden, rising from a pool of blood and fire, its branches interwoven with serpents and wings. Beneath it, figures bowed, not in worship, but in fear. This was the Crucible, the primal state of existence before the greater will imposed its light. The Erdtree had been born from this chaos, its gold a mask for something far older. The Tarnished looked upon those carvings and felt the faint stirring of recognition. For though they were mortal, their resurrection, their endless return from death, was itself an echo of the Crucible's law. Life reborn, not through grace, but through persistence. At the center of the catacombs stood a door, not of gold, but of bone, its surface etched with runes so ancient they pulsed when approached. Behind it waited the Guardian, an echo of the Black Blade Malekith, or perhaps Malekith himself, bound to this place by the duty that had once defined his existence. His armor, black as void, gleamed faintly with threads of silver where the light caught his blade. His voice, when it came, was heavy with grief and fury both. "Turn back," he said, "for beyond lies death, and death is forbidden." The Tarnished knew then that the path they walked was the same path Marika herself had once trod. Malekith had been her protector, her shadow, and even in her rebellion he had remained bound to her command. He was the keeper of destined death, the fragment of the Elden Ring that she had torn away to preserve eternity. To face him was to face the very law that had governed the gods. There was no malice in his resistance, only sorrow. His strikes carried the weight of devotion, his movements the discipline of one who had lived too long for a cause already undone. Their battle was not merely of strength, but of meaning. Each clash of steel and flame echoed through the hollow veins of the Erdtree. The Tarnished fought not to kill, but to reclaim the right of all beings, to end, to rest, to die as they chose. Malekith fought to preserve his queen's last command, the one she had given him before her defiance turned against heaven. In the end, it was his love for her that doomed him. As his blade shattered and his golden blood fell upon the roots, he whispered her name, not in hatred, but in forgiveness. And in his fall, death returned to the world. The moment was quiet, almost sacred. The air grew still, and the roots pulsed with new rhythm, as though the world itself had exhaled after ages of suffocation. The Tarnished, standing amid the golden dust of the slain shadow, felt the first true silence in centuries, the kind of silence that follows when something immense has ended. In that silence, a single thought rose, unbidden and undeniable, that perhaps this was what Marika had wanted all along. For in restoring death, the Tarnished had not undone creation, but completed it. Life could not exist without its opposite. Even gods required endings to define their beginnings. Through Malekith's fall, Marika's rebellion reached its fulfillment, though her body still hung bound above. The laws that had kept the world in stasis began to crack. The Erdtree's golden glow flickered, its light no longer eternal, but trembling with mortal fragility. And through those cracks, something new began to seep, a faint, dark shimmer, not of corruption but of possibility. When the Tarnished stepped through the door Malekith had guarded, they entered the sanctum of Marika's punishment. The walls pulsed with golden veins, each beat echoing her imprisoned heart. In the center stood the crucified form of the goddess herself, her body stretched within the Erdtree's hollow heart, her arms fused with its branches, her hair flowing downward like molten sunlight. Her face was serene, yet her eyes, half open, gleamed with unshed tears. Beneath her form, the fragments of the Elden Ring still turned, incomplete, orbiting one another like broken stars. The Tarnished knelt, not in worship, but in recognition. Here was the truth of all faith, that gods are not eternal, but bound by their own creations. Marika's silence was not defeat, it was endurance. She had shattered the ring not out of rage, but out of love, for the world, for freedom, for imperfection itself. She had broken eternity so that something new might one day be born from its shards. And now, standing before her, the Tarnished understood what the journey had been leading to. It was not merely the restoration of order, nor the seizure of divinity. It was the completion of a cycle that had begun when a young Numen girl first gazed into the light of a god she would one day defy. The Erdtree's light dimmed, and for the first time in an age, the world seemed to breathe. But still, a question lingered in the air, a question that even Marika's silence could not answer. If the world was to be remade, whose will would shape it this time? The goddess had broken her chains, but in doing so had left the throne empty, and as the Tarnished stood beneath her, gazing up into the faintly glowing fragments of the Elden Ring, they could feel its pull, the same pull that had drawn gods and mortals alike since the dawn of creation. To claim the throne was to decide the future of the world. To sit upon it was to inherit her burden. And so, the silence of the Erdtree was not an ending, but an invitation. The chamber beneath the Erdtree did not echo with triumph. It pulsed instead with the quiet unease that follows revelation, the stillness before creation reshapes itself once more. The Tarnished stood beneath Marika's suspended form and felt the pulse of her essence, like the rhythm of the world itself. Every beat of that golden heart whispered history, not as words, but as memory, echoes of a time before the Erdtree, before the Greater Will's law, before divinity had been shaped into order. It was the memory of the Crucible, the world's first form, and within its whisper lay both warning and invitation. The Crucible had always lingered beneath the surface, in the roots and rivers, in the wild, unformed places where grace had never fully taken hold. Even as Marika's golden order flourished, the Crucible endured in silence, waiting for its inevitable return. Now, with Malekith's fall and the release of death back into the world, that return had begun. The roots of the Erdtree, once channels of perfect grace, began to darken. Golden sap turned amber, then crimson, then black, as if the tree itself remembered the untamed vitality it had once suppressed. The Tarnished could feel it in the air, a strange mixture of decay and creation, of endings giving birth to beginnings. It was not corruption, it was life remembering its first shape. In the ages before the Erdtree, the Crucible had been a realm without separation. Life, death, beast, and god flowed into one another like the mingling of waters. The Golden Order had imposed division, light and dark, mortal and divine, pure and impure. But now those divisions began to blur again. The creatures that lurked beneath the roots began to change. Spirits grew flesh, flesh became mist, and mist solidified into strange, half-formed beings. The Tarnished moved through a world waking from eternity's slumber, and for the first time, the boundaries between all things began to dissolve. From deep within the root labyrinth came a sound like breathing, a slow inhalation that seemed to draw the very air into the tree itself. Then came the exhalation, a gust that carried with it the scent of damp soil and ancient life. The Erdtree was not dying, it was remembering. The Tarnished felt the weight of that revelation press against them like gravity itself. The Golden Order had been a pause in the world's natural rhythm, a still frame in the endless motion of existence. Marika's rebellion had not destroyed the world. It had set it back into motion. Among the ruins beneath the tree, the Tarnished discovered altars older than any known god. They were carved from stone so ancient it seemed to hum with the pulse of creation. Upon their surfaces were etched the sigils of the Crucible, spirals of serpents entwined with wings, human faces merging with beasts, suns collapsing into roots. Each symbol spoke of unity, of all things being one and all things being change. The Tarnished traced their fingers across the carvings and felt them stir, as though the stone itself, remembered touch. For centuries, these symbols had been branded heretical by the Golden Order, yet here, at the roots of all creation, they gleamed like truth. And then came the visions. The Tarnished saw the world as it once was, not through memory, but through immersion. The Erdtree had not yet been golden. Its bark shimmered with iridescent color, reflecting every hue of creation. Its roots drank from rivers of flame and shadow. Its leaves glowed faintly with the souls of the dead, drifting down like stars into the soil. Beasts and men walked together, unshaped and unashamed. There was no grace, no sin, no separation between the living and the divine. Everything that was, simply was. It was beauty without order, harmony without law. But the vision also revealed why it could not last. Without death, life had no rhythm. Without difference, being had no meaning. The crucible was perfection through chaos, and chaos eventually devours itself. The Golden Order had been born to contain that chaos, to define it, to give it shape. And yet, by imposing that shape, Marika had only created another kind of death, stasis. Now, standing in the ruins of both systems, the Tarnished could see the truth that eluded even the gods. The world did not need to choose between chaos and order. It needed to learn how to move between them. As the visions faded, a shadow emerged from the far end of the chamber, a form that glimmered between man and beast, angel and serpent. It was not hostile, but neither was it still. Its body rippled with constant transformation, its limbs unfolding and folding, again as if trying to remember what they once were. It was one of the ancient guardians of the crucible, a being that had slumbered since the dawn of the Erdtree. Its voice came not as speech, but as resonance, vibrating through the air and the soul alike. "You seek the throne," it said, "but the throne is not a seat. It is the point between creation and end." The Tarnished raised their blade, but the Guardian did not strike. It regarded them with the patience of eternity. "The goddess broke her cage," it continued, "but her children built new ones. What cage will you build, mortal? What order will you call truth?" The question hung in the air like a judgment. And the creature lowered its head and stepped aside, vanishing into the dark as though it had never been. Its departure left behind a silence that seemed deeper than sound, a silence filled with choice. Beyond the chamber lay the great root, a vast column of amber and black pulsing with veins of light. This was the lifeline of the Erdtree, the conduit through which Marika's essence still flowed. The Tarnished placed a hand upon it, and in that moment, they felt the totality of the world surge through them. The sorrow of the dead, the longing of the living, the dreams of gods who had forgotten how to wake. It was overwhelming, and for a moment, they thought they might be consumed by it. But then came a flicker, faint yet unmistakable, a voice. It was not a command nor a prophecy, but a whisper soft as breath. "Do not restore me," it said. "Remember me." The Tarnished staggered back, unsure whether the words had come from Marika herself or from the root's memory of her, but the meaning was clear. The world did not need another eternity. It needed remembrance, the awareness that even perfection must die so that it may be born again. The goddess's silence was not absence, it was offering. When the Tarnished emerged from the roots, they found the sky above, Leyndell darkened. The Erdtree's radiance had dimmed to a dull glow, its branches shedding leaves of fading gold. Yet beneath that fading light, the earth felt alive again. The winds carried the scent of rain instead of ash. The rivers, long stagnant, began to flow. And far away, beyond the horizon, a single star moved for the first time in ages. The crucible was returning, not as chaos reborn, but as balance restored. Still, the path ahead was uncertain. The Tarnished knew that their journey was not yet done. The Erdtree had remembered its beginning, but it had not yet faced its end. Marika's will lingered, and with it, the choice she had left to those who followed: to claim the throne and shape a new order, or to reject it and let the world move forward unbound. As the Tarnished looked once more toward the Erdtree's heart, where her body hung suspended between divinity and ruin, the question echoed again, not as judgment, but as possibility. What will the world become when even gods remember how to die? The Erdtree dimmed further in the days after the crucible stirred, its golden leaves dulling into pale embers that drifted across the sky like remnants of memory. The Tarnished could feel the change in the air, the weight of divine order loosening, the rhythm of life beginning to move on its own again. Yet even as the world began to breathe, one truth remained unresolved. Miquella, the eternal child, still slumbered. His absence was a wound not only upon his sister Malenia's heart, but upon the very possibility of renewal. For though the goddess had shattered eternity, her youngest son had sought to heal it in his own way, crafting a dream of grace unbound. To understand what must come next, the Tarnished would have to walk through that dream. The path to Miquella's resting place lay hidden beyond the living roots of the Haligtree, which had long since withered into pale husks. The Tarnished journeyed through its hollow boughs, where sunlight filtered through like dimmed candlelight. Beneath the silence, they heard faint whispers, the echoes of those who had sought refuge there in centuries past. Pilgrims who believed the Haligtree was salvation made manifest. They had come seeking cure from rot, from sin, from the weight of grace itself. But the tree had offered no mercy. It had grown brittle, its sap thin, its promise unfulfilled. The only thing that remained alive within its hollow heart was the dream of the god who had built it. In the deepest chamber, beneath the cracked trunk of the Haligtree, lay Miquella's cocoon, a vast chrysalis of amber and blood, pulsing faintly with light that was neither gold nor scarlet, but something between. It shimmered with the calm of an untouched dawn, the light of a world that had never known pain. To gaze upon it was to feel both longing and dread. The Tarnished approached and felt the pulse beneath their feet synchronize with their own heartbeat, as if the world itself were listening. Then, from within the cocoon, came the faintest sound, a sigh, or perhaps the echo of a dream too fragile to reach the waking world. It was said that Miquella's divinity lay not in power, but in empathy. Unlike his mother, he had not sought to command the world, only to heal it. He was the god of unfinished grace, the dream of a perfection that did not enslave. In his youth, he had woven enchantments so delicate that even the stars bent slightly toward him, drawn by the promise of gentler order. The Haligtree was his greatest act, a sanctuary where mortals and gods alike might find refuge from the tyranny of the Erdtree's light. But when he sealed himself within his cocoon, intending to complete his transformation, the world outside fell into ruin. His sister's rot devoured half the land, his followers despaired, and his dream was stolen. Mohg, the Lord of Blood, had taken Miquella's sleeping body from this sanctum long ago, carrying it into the dark beneath the earth. There, he had built his dynasty around the god's still form, bathing it in sacrificial blood, praying for communion that would never come. To the Tarnished, this knowledge was not mere history, it was instruction. If the world was to be remade, Miquella's dream could not remain imprisoned in the underworld. The path forward led into darkness once more. The Tarnished left the hollow Haligtree and descended through the Scarlet Lands, where the air itself tasted of iron and the rivers flowed like veins. The entrance to Mohgwyn Palace lay hidden within that cursed mire, a gateway of stone carved with runes of blood. Beyond it, the air grew thick, humid with sacrifice. Torches burned crimson, and the walls seemed to pulse with slow life. The Tarnished walked through chambers lined with statues of gods defaced and broken, their marble faces stained with red handprints. Each step deeper into the palace felt like walking through the body of a living creature. At the heart of that cathedral of corruption, beneath arches woven from human bone, the Tarnished saw it. Miquella's cocoon, suspended once more, draped in crimson and surrounded by the chanting of Mohg's followers. The god of blood knelt before it, his horns glistening in the dim light, his hands outstretched as if in supplication. His eyes were wild with devotion. He spoke softly to the sleeping god, his words a mixture of love and pleading. "Awaken, my lord," he whispered. "Become my kin, my equal, my eternity." But Miquella did not stir. He had not stirred for ages. The dream remained sealed. The Tarnished watched as Mohg turned, sensing their presence. His expression was not anger, but weary amusement, the kind of smile one gives to a ghost who has come too late. "You would claim the throne," he said, his voice echoing through the blood-soaked chamber. "But the throne you seek is already promised. He will awaken soon, and together we shall usher in an age of crimson grace." The words carried both conviction and despair. Mohg was not deluded, he was desperate. His love for Miquella had become hunger, his worship a chain he could no longer break. Their battle was inevitable. The Tarnished faced him amid rivers of blood, his power swelling with every drop spilled. Flames of scarlet erupted from his blade, each one screaming with the voices of his sacrifices. Yet through the fury of his attacks, there lingered a strange tenderness. He called upon Miquella's name even as he struck, begging forgiveness for every wound he dealt. To defeat him was to destroy not merely a god, but a man who had built his entire existence upon longing. When at last he fell, his blood pooled around the cocoon, and for a moment it seemed to pulse in response. The Tarnished approached the sleeping god. The air around the cocoon shimmered faintly, and then a voice, soft, clear, and childlike, filled the chamber. "Do not wake me," it said. "The dream is not yet ready." The Tarnished froze, uncertain whether the words had been real or merely the echo of Miquella's divine will. The light within the cocoon dimmed again, steady and peaceful. For all Mohg's ambition, for all the blood that had been spilled, Miquella had not changed. His dream remained untouched by violence. In that silence, the Tarnished understood. Miquella's perfection was not the world's answer. It was its reprieve. He slept not to abandon the world, but to protect it from himself. His dream was a possibility that could not yet be born, not until the world above had learned to live without worship. He would wake only when gods were no longer needed. The Tarnished turned away from the cocoon. Behind them, the rivers of blood began to dry, their color fading into black. Mohg's dynasty crumbled to dust, and as they ascended once more toward the world above, they felt the faint brush of a breeze, a wind that carried neither grace nor corruption, but the calm of a world pausing between breaths. Above, the Erd-tree flickered faintly against the darkened sky. Its light no longer commanded, nor did it condemn. It simply existed, like the faint glow of memory lingering at the edge of sleep. Marika's rebellion, Miquella's dream, the Tarnished's journey, all of it had become one continuous movement, the slow awakening of a world learning to live without perfection. And yet, the question still lingered. The world had been freed, but from what, and toward what? The throne still waited, empty, its promise echoing through every heartbeat of the living and the dead. The Tarnished had touched divinity and survived it. But now they stood at the edge of something deeper. A choice that would decide not just the fate of gods, but the nature of existence itself. The earth beneath the lands between had always whispered, though few listened long enough to hear. Beneath the roots of the Erdtree, deeper than the catacombs of death and the rivers of blood, a different kind of fire smouldered. A flame that did not burn gold or scarlet, but the color of ash and ruin. It was older than the Greater Will, older even than the Crucible itself, for it was born in the first breath of creation, when chaos gave way to form and light tore itself from darkness. This was the frenzied flame, the madness of unmaking, and in its presence all order trembled. The Tarnished did not seek it by design. Few who descend into such places do. The path that led there began as a whisper in dreams, a warmth behind the eyes that grew stronger with each step, taken toward the Erdtree's heart. At first, it was curiosity, a desire to understand what lay beneath grace, but curiosity has always been the first step toward revelation. And revelation, in the lands between, is always perilous. Through the shattered ruins of Leyndell's lower reaches, past rivers of molten stone and hollowed roots, the Tarnished found a fissure, an opening in the world itself, bleeding faint light from below. When they descended, the air changed. It smelled not of life or decay, but of the memory of fire, as though the world remembered the day it was first born. The tunnels twisted downward in impossible geometry, their walls carved with symbols of eyes and flame, their ceilings dripping with the golden residue of grace long since burned away. At the lowest depths lay the cathedral of the frenzied flame. There was no altar, no idol, no prayer. Only a sphere of fire that floated in the air like a thought given form. Its color was not natural. It pulsed in shades of yellow and orange that seemed to move even when one closed their eyes. The Tarnished approached, and the heat was not pain, but understanding. The flames spoke not in words, but in a presence that filled the mind, dissolving boundaries between thought and body, between self and world. And in that moment, the Tarnished knew. This was not madness, it was truth without filter. Existence laid bare. The frenzied flame was the world's forgotten wound, the scream of the first separation, the agony of creation realizing itself. To the Greater Will, it was an abomination, a force that refused order, that sought to burn away distinction and return all things to the primal unity of nothingness. But to those who heard it clearly, it was not destruction, but release. The Erdtree bound the world in stasis. The Crucible bound it in chaos. The frenzied flame sought to free it from both, to erase the cycle entirely. As the Tarnished stood before it, visions filled their mind. Images of cities collapsing in golden light, of gods screaming as their forms dissolved into ash, of rivers boiling away beneath skies torn open by fire. Yet within that horror was something profoundly calm. No more suffering, no more longing, no more endless struggle to define and preserve. All things would end, but in that ending, all things would become one again. It was the final mercy. The flame stirred, as if recognizing the presence of will. From the shadows emerged a figure, a man, burned and broken, his body scarred by the fire's touch. His eyes glowed with the same chaotic light that filled the chamber. He was the frenzied lord, though he called himself only the guide. Once, he had been a Tarnished, perhaps not unlike the one who now stood before him. He had sought grace, found pain, and turned at last to the fire that promised peace through annihilation. "You seek the throne," he rasped, his voice like embers grinding against stone. "But all thrones burn in the end. The gods built their eternity upon your suffering. This flame would end that. It would unmake their lies, their cages, their false divisions. It would bring rest. He extended a hand, his flesh glowing faintly from within. Take it. Let the world forget itself. Let all things begin anew in fire. The tarnished hesitated. The heat pressed closer, as though testing resolve. They could feel its pull, the simplicity of it, the perfection of surrender. The Golden Order had offered meaning through submission. The frenzied flame offered meaning through release. Both demanded the same price: selfhood. If the tarnished accepted, the fire would consume them, not in body, but in soul. They would become its vessel, its instrument. The world would burn, not in vengeance, but in transcendence. It was not cruelty the flame promised, but equality. An end to the hierarchy that had divided gods and men. To some, that end was peace. To others, it was oblivion. But if the tarnished turned away, they would carry the knowledge of it forever. The flame could not be unseen. It would whisper from within, a reminder that all creation rests upon the edge of dissolution. Even those who reject it carry its memory in their eyes, the faint glimmer of fire reflected in the pupils of those who have looked too deeply into the truth. For those who took its gift, the transformation was irreversible. Their eyes burned with the mark of the flame, 3 concentric rings glowing faintly beneath the skin. They no longer wept, for there was nothing left to mourn. Their voice became soft, almost kind, as though they pitied the world that still clung to form. The age of fire is mercy, they would whisper, for even gods must rest. The tarnished left the chamber in silence, whether as vessel or as witness. Behind them, the flame pulsed once more, and for a moment, the world above seemed to tremble. Leaves fell from the Erd tree in golden showers, burning to ash before they reached the ground. Far to the east, the sea boiled faintly, its waves turning black. The stars shifted in their courses, as if the heavens themselves feared to look upon the thing that stirred beneath the roots of creation. And yet, even in the face of that fire, life persisted. The winds still moved. The soil still held seed. The breath of Marika's broken will still fluttered faintly in the air. The frenzied flame had not yet consumed the world, but its presence had changed it. The promise of renewal through destruction now existed, and existence itself could no longer pretend to purity. As the tarnished gazed once more toward the Erd tree, they saw it differently. Its gold no longer seemed eternal. It flickered like a candle in the dark. Its silence no longer felt divine, but fragile. For beneath its roots, another god had awakened, not of grace or rot or blood, but of fire. And this god did not command. It invited. The world now balanced upon 3 forces: remembrance, dream, and flame. Marika's will, Miquella's hope, and the frenzied truth. The tarnished stood between them, mortal and eternal both, the pivot upon which the next age would turn. And somewhere deep within the Erd tree, bound yet aware, Marika must have felt it too, the stirring of the fire she had spent eternity holding back. Perhaps she smiled then, not in joy, but in resignation, for she had broken the ring to give the world freedom, and freedom always carries the risk of its own undoing. The roots trembled, the sky dimmed, and the world prepared, without knowing, for its next becoming. The golden walls of Leyndell no longer shone. What light remained of the Erd tree cast its glow unevenly now, creating shadows that clung to the marble spires like ghosts of lost divinity. Once, the capital had been the beacon of grace, the heart of the Golden Order's promise. Pilgrims had ascended its steps in reverence, believing each ray of sunlight to be proof that the gods watched over them. Now, the city was quiet, its streets carpeted in dust and the husks of statues crumbling into powder. The Erdtree loomed above, vast and silent, its radiance dimming with every passing day. The Tarnished walked among the ruins, feeling the echo of the past in every stone. The wind that whispered through the city's arches carried the hymns of forgotten ages, faint and distorted, as, though even memory struggled to recall the shape of faith. The throne of the Elden Lord still waited within the great hall of the Erdtree's base, untouched since Morgoth's death. The golden seat was encrusted with roots that had grown through it, threads of bark and bone fusing into the very symbol of power itself. The throne was no longer a place for kings. It had become an altar of judgment, and beneath that altar, something moved. The Tarnished descended into the catacombs beneath Lendel, where the city's forgotten roots intertwined with the veins of the world. The air there was heavy, thick with a scent that was neither decay nor life, but something between. It was the smell of eternity, stale and unchanging. The walls gleamed faintly with golden residue, like the last traces of light trapped in stone. And in that dimness, the Tarnished began to see forms, faces carved into the rock, their expressions frozen in agony and devotion. These were not mere decorations. They were remnants of souls, the citizens of Lendel who had sought union with the Erdtree. They had prayed for eternity, and eternity had answered by absorbing them whole. This was the truth beneath the capital's glory. The Erdtree's light had not simply blessed, it had consumed. Every act of faith, every offering of devotion had been swallowed into its roots, feeding a divinity that demanded worship as nourishment. The Golden Order had been built upon sacrifice, not salvation. The Tarnished touched the walls and felt the faint hum of countless voices, their prayers looping endlessly without answer. The Erdtree had silenced even its believers. At the lowest level of the catacombs, the Tarnished found the shadow, the remnant of something that had been forgotten even by the gods. It took no shape, yet it filled the space with a presence that bent light and sound. It was the reflection of the Erdtree cast upon the void, the darkness that mirrored its light. When the Tarnished stepped closer, the shadow stirred, and a voice emerged, not from within it, but from behind it, as though the sound travelled backward through time. "You walk in the wake of the goddess," it said. The tone was neither hostile nor kind, but weary, as if it had been waiting for this moment since before the world began. "Do you understand what she became?" The Tarnished did not answer, but the silence was answer enough. The voice continued, slower now, its words echoing through the hollow air. The Erdtree was her bargain. Her chains were made of gold, but they were chains nonetheless. She sought to break them. In doing so, she birthed her own shadow. I am that shadow, the part of Marika that could not be sanctified. And then the form began to take shape. It was not a creature of flesh or light, but a silhouette given gravity. Its eyes burned faintly with dull gold, its outline shifting like smoke. When she shattered the ring, I was cast away. The greater will called me blasphemy, but even gods cannot sever themselves completely. A shadow always remains. The Tarnished realized then that they were not standing before an enemy, but before a truth, the reflection of the goddess herself. This was the aspect of Marika that had been buried with her sin, the part of her that still remembered rebellion not as divine act, but as defiance. The shadow looked upon the Tarnished and seemed to study them, as if seeing through every layer of their being. "You would claim the throne," it murmured. "To what end? To rebuild what she destroyed, or to finish what she began?" The question was sharp, piercing not the ear, but the heart. The Tarnished had no answer yet. The shadow smiled faintly, the gesture carrying both sorrow and pride. "Then you are, as she was. The floor beneath them trembled. The golden veins in the walls began to pulse, as though reacting to the shadow's presence. The Erd-tree above had felt it, the stirring of its other half, the memory of the goddess's disobedience. The roots shuddered, dust falling like rain from the ceiling. The shadow turned its face upward, its expression softening. "She still watches," it whispered, "but not as you think. Her prison is not in the tree. It is the tree. Every root, every leaf, every glimmer of light. It is her body, her will stretched across eternity. She holds it together still, even in silence. And when she can hold no longer..." The voice trailed off as the air filled with the sound of distant cracking, wood and light fracturing together. For a moment, the Tarnished thought the world itself might split open, but the tremor passed, leaving only stillness. The shadow stepped closer and placed something in the Tarnished's hand, a fragment of obsidian, smooth and cool, inscribed with a rune that pulsed faintly in the dark. "This is her memory," the shadow said. "The first sin. When the time comes, show it to her, and she will remember what she has become." And then the shadow dissolved, fading into the stone as though it had never been. The chamber fell silent once more, save for the faint hum of the imprisoned voices in the walls. The Tarnished ascended back toward the surface, carrying the fragment like a heartbeat in their palm. Above, the Erd-tree's light wavered again, flickering as though in response. The city that had once been the heart of order now stood beneath a sky that no longer knew what to believe. The age of gold was ending, not through battle or conquest, but through remembrance. As night fell, the Tarnished looked toward the horizon, where the faint glow of other lights, scarlet, blue, and ash, flickered like competing dreams. The world was fracturing, not because it was dying, but because it was waking. And somewhere within that awakening, the goddess stirred, her silence no longer complete. The shadow had said she held the world together, but for how long could even a god endure the weight of her own creation? When dawn returned to the lands between, it did not arrive as light, but as a tremor. The sky did not brighten, it shuddered. The Erd-tree's branches swayed without wind, shedding leaves that no longer glowed, their gold replaced by dull amber. Across plains and mountains, rivers and ruins, everything seemed to hold its breath. The goddess was stirring. Her sleep, which had lasted longer than kingdoms, was beginning to fracture. The Tarnished, who had walked through her memories and met the echo of her shadow, could feel it as surely as the pull of the tide. The world itself drawing in, preparing for something immense and irreversible. The first sign was the sound. Deep beneath Lanedell, where the Erd-tree's roots met the remnants of the crucible, a low hum began to rise. It was not song nor thunder, but the vibration of existence remembering itself. The sound moved upward, through the roots, through the soil, through the air. In the distance, mountains rumbled, the seas stilled, and even the stars seemed to tremble in their courses. It was as though every atom of creation waited for the goddess to open her eyes. Within the Erd-tree's hollow heart, Marika hung as she always had, bound by light, her form both divine and broken. Yet the stillness that had defined her for ages was gone. Her fingers twitched. The golden sap that coated her limbs began to run like liquid again, dripping in slow streams that glowed where they fell. The fragments of the Elden Ring that orbited her form pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. They did not assemble nor scatter, but hovered uncertainly, as if unsure whether the world should remain broken or be made whole once more. To the watchers outside, the priests who still clung to their failing faith, the spirits who remembered her name, the Tarnished who had carried her will without knowing, it was as if the Erd-tree itself sighed. The air grew warm, and from within the great trunk, a faint voice began to resonate. It was not speech, not yet. It was thought made sound. It filled the minds of all who still bore fragments of grace, awakening memories they did not know they had. Some fell to their knees in awe. Others fled in terror. The tarnished, standing before the great gates of the Erdtree once more, felt that voice within their soul. It was not command, nor plea, but remembrance. "You have come far," it seemed to whisper. "You have seen what I hid. You have touched what I feared. Tell me, what remains when gods have fallen?" There was no answer, for the question was not meant to be answered. It was meant to be understood. The tarnished stepped closer to the sealed gates. Once, the flames of divine fire had barred their passage, but now the gold was thin, the barriers trembling. The fragment they carried, the obsidian rune given by Marika's shadow, glowed faintly in their hand. As they raised it toward the gate, the fire receded, hissing softly like water meeting stone. The doors, which had not moved since the age of grace began, opened with a sound like thunder drawn in reverse. Inside, the air shimmered with light that was neither gold nor white, but something gentler, a radiance that seemed to pulse with breath, as though the world itself were inhaling after centuries of silence. The tarnished entered, and the vast interior stretched before them like the inside of a heart, its walls alive with veins of luminescence. At its center, upon an altar of living root, hung Marika. Her form was both terrible and beautiful. Her body, half divine and half ruin, was fused to the living wood, her veins glowing faintly beneath translucent skin. Her face was calm, her eyes closed, but around her the fragments of the Elden Ring drifted in slow, mournful orbit. For the first time, the tarnished could see that she was not merely imprisoned, she was sustaining the world. Her pulse was the rhythm of the lands between, her silence the boundary that kept chaos at bay. Every breath she took kept the Erdtree from collapsing entirely. The tarnished knelt, not in reverence, but in recognition. They had walked through her history, through her rebellion, her sorrow, her children's ruin. They had seen the cost of eternity and the futility of divinity. And now, standing before the mother of all, they felt the paradox that had defined her existence. Love turned to burden. Faith turned to cage. A voice filled the chamber, faint and clear, echoing from everywhere and nowhere. It was Marika's voice, but not as it had once been. It was softer, more human. "Long have I held this world together," she said. "I broke the ring to free it from the order of the greater will. Yet in breaking it, I became its prison. All that is remains through my suffering. All that ends does so through my will. But I am weary." Her eyes opened then, twin suns dimmed by sorrow. They met the tarnished's gaze, and in them there was no divinity, only infinite fatigue. "I remember you," she whispered. "All of you, the lost, the exiled, the faithful who forgot why they prayed. You who were banished by my command, and yet returned by my hope. You are my answer." The air vibrated as she spoke. The fragments of the Elden Ring shone brighter, circling her in widening arcs. The greater will has turned its gaze elsewhere. The world stands upon the edge of its own making. You, who have walked through ruin and flame, may shape it as you choose. But know this: every order born of my light will one day break as I have broken. Every perfection will become prison. Every god will one day fall to silence. Her voice faltered then, and for a moment she seemed less goddess and more woman, a being who had lived too long, carried too much. "I have watched my children devour one another," she said. I have seen grace turn to greed and worship become hunger. I do not hate them. They are what I made them, echoes of my longing for meaning. The Tarnished took a step closer. The shadow's fragments still glowed faintly in their hand, pulsing in time with Marika's heartbeat. As its light touched her, something changed. Her expression softened. She looked down at her own hands, as though seeing them for the first time. I remember now, she said. I was not made to rule. I was made to love. The greater will took that love and forged it into law. And when I saw what my love had become, I shattered it. The Erdtree trembled. Its branches cracked, sending showers of golden dust into the air. Across the lands between, rivers shifted and mountains sighed. The goddess was awakening fully now, and the world could not contain it. Her voice rose, filling every corner of creation. I have held this shape too long. Let the world remember what it was before me. Let it remember change. The light around her grew blinding, and the Tarnished shielded their eyes. When it faded, the goddess was still, her form dim but peaceful. The fragments of the ring drifted freely now, no longer tethered to her will. For the first time in countless ages, Marika was silent, not bound, not imprisoned, but resting. Outside, the Erdtree's light began to shift. Gold gave way to deep amber, then to soft silver. Its leaves fell in slow cascades, each glowing faintly as they touched the ground. The priests who still watched wept without knowing why. The world was changing, not through conquest nor destruction, but through release. The Tarnished stood alone in the hollow heart of the goddess and understood that this was not an ending, but a beginning born from surrender. The throne still waited above, the fragments of the ring circling it like moons awaiting alignment. The world had been freed from divine order. What came next would depend not on gods, but on those who still walked beneath their fading light. As the Tarnished turned to leave the chamber, they heard one last whisper, a voice soft as wind through leaves. Do not make of me another cage. Then the light faded, and the goddess slept. The air that followed Marika's awakening was unlike anything the world had felt before. It carried the weight of endings, yet within it pulsed the unmistakable rhythm of rebirth. Above the hollow chamber, where the goddess now slept, the Erdtree's golden branches glimmered with a dim, silver hue, the last traces of divinity unraveling into twilight. Across the lands between, the people looked toward the sky and felt something they could not name. Some called it deliverance, others the death of the divine. Yet in truth, it was neither. It was the world remembering how to breathe without guidance. The Tarnished emerged from the Erdtree's heart into the ruins of Leyndell, now blanketed in gold dust. Each mote glowed faintly as it fell, illuminating the streets like stars descending to earth. The capital was silent, yet alive in its stillness. Where once sermons had filled the air, now only the wind spoke, carrying the faint scent of sap and ash. The throne of the Elden Lord waited ahead, the same throne that had witnessed the rise and fall of gods. It was no longer radiant. It was bare, cracked with age, yet its presence still demanded reverence. As the Tarnished approached, the fragments of the Elden Ring began to stir. They drifted from the air, drawn to one another by invisible gravity. Each shard shimmered with its own colour. Gold for grace, crimson for rot, black for death, silver for the moon, and faint orange for the flame beneath the world. Together, they formed a halo around the throne, their orbit steady but incomplete. The ring, once the embodiment of cosmic order, now waited not for a god, but for a choice. The Tarnished could feel the weight of history pressing against them. Every step up those golden stairs was a step through the ages. The age of Marika's reign, the age of her children's war, The age of flame and rot and ruin. Every god, every dream, every rebellion had led to this single moment. The world had been broken and mended too many times to remember its original shape. Perhaps there had never been one. Perhaps the ring was not meant to be whole. Before the throne, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared, not divine, but familiar. It was the shadow of Marika, the reflection that had once spoken beneath the city. Now it stood revealed in full form, neither light nor darkness, but the place between. "You have come farther than any before," it said, its voice a harmony of countless tones. "You have seen what was hidden, heard what was silenced. Do you understand now what the ring truly is?" The Tarnished said nothing, but the question hung heavy in their mind. The shadow smiled faintly, as though it already knew. "It is not power. It is not grace. It is memory, the memory of every will that ever sought to shape the world. To mend it is to choose whose memory shall endure. To break it again is to let them all fade." The fragments of the ring pulsed as it spoke, their light intensifying, reacting to the presence of decision. "Marika broke the ring to give you this choice. The greater will sought order. Her children sought dominion. The frenzied flame seeks release. And you, what do you seek, child of ash and ruin?" In that moment, time seemed to still. The Tarnished could feel the pull of every path stretching out before them. Like veins through the world, the golden path called softly, promising restoration, the return of grace, the rebuilding of the golden order, a world governed by light and law. To choose it would be to honor the goddess's legacy, to mend what she had shattered. But in that choice lay the risk of repetition, another cycle, another eternity, another cage. The crimson path of rot shimmered faintly to the east, whispering of rebirth through decay. Malenia's gift was not grace, but transformation, the acceptance that life must bloom, wither, and bloom again without end. To choose this was to let the world evolve beyond the gods, to embrace imperfection as its highest truth. The silver light of the moon glowed faintly to the north, the legacy of Rani's defiance. It promised cold freedom, a world untouched by divine will, where the stars, not the Erdtree, guided destiny. It was the path of distance, of selfhood unbound by devotion. Yet it was also the path of solitude, for to choose it was to exile divinity itself from the realm of man. And beneath it all, faint but unignorable, burned the orange pulse of the frenzied flame. It hummed with the promise of peace through annihilation, the unmaking of all distinctions, the end of suffering through the end of being. To embrace it would be to become the god of nothing, the final kindness, or the final cruelty. The Tarnished felt each current pass through them like tides of thought. There was no right choice, for each was a truth, and every truth demanded its price. The shadow's eyes glowed faintly. "Do you see now why she hesitated?" it asked. Marika broke the ring because she understood what it meant to mend it. To choose one path is to deny all others, and even gods are bound by their choices. The Tarnished knelt before the throne. The fragments of the ring pulsed once more, waiting. In their light, the Tarnished saw reflections of every soul they had encountered. Malenia, whose quiet guidance carried sorrow deeper than death. Rani, who had chosen freedom over eternity. Malenia, who had turned her rot into purpose. And Marika herself, who had borne the weight of love until it broke her. They were not enemies nor allies. They were facets of the same truth. The shadow stepped closer, its form flickering like a candle at the edge of its flame. "You need not choose now," it said. "Choice is the burden of the living, and the living are never ready for it. But remember this, The world will always follow the shape of the will that claims the throne. If you sit, you must carry the weight of all that came before. The tarnished raised their head and looked upon the throne. For the first time, it did not seem grand or divine. It was simple stone, worn smooth by the ages, its surface scarred by time. It was not a seat of gods, but of memory. To sit upon it would not make one a ruler, but a witness. Slowly, they reached out their hand. The fragments of the ring drifted closer, their orbit tightening until they circled the tarnished like stars around a black sun. For a moment, it seemed the world itself held its breath again. And then, without sound, the fragments merged, not into perfection, but into balance. The light that filled the chamber was neither gold nor white, neither chaos nor flame. It was soft, muted, human. The Erdtree trembled once more, but this time it did not crack. Its leaves shimmered faintly, their glow steady, subdued. The sky above Lanedale cleared, revealing stars that had been hidden for centuries. The world did not rejoice, nor did it mourn. It simply was. The tarnished stood before the throne, feeling the weight of every possibility pressing against them. Marika's voice, faint and distant, lingered in the air. The world will remember what you decide, even if you do not. And as the light faded, leaving only silence, the question returned, the one that had haunted gods and mortals alike since the dawn of time. What is worth saving when eternity itself can no longer bear the cost of being whole? The silence that followed the awakening was not peace. It was anticipation. Across the lands between, every flicker of light seemed to hesitate. Every breeze carried the stillness of something waiting to be remembered. And then, through the hush that hung over the Erdtree's shadowed crown, came a sound that had not been heard in an age. The heavy rhythm of footsteps, deliberate and slow, like the march of an ancient memory, returning to claim its place in the world. From the north, across the scarred fields, and through the ash of 1,000 forgotten wars, he came. His armor was tarnished, his cloak frayed, and his crown dented by centuries of exile. Yet his presence was unmistakable. Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, Marika's first consort, the golden warrior who had once conquered the world in her name, had returned. But he was no longer the god of triumph the people had sung of in their hymns. The man who walked beneath the fading sky carried the weight of all that had been lost, and behind his amber eyes burned not glory, but sorrow. When Marika had broken the Elden Ring, Godfrey had been the first to fall. Cast out from grace, stripped of his title, he had wandered beyond the fog-bound borders of the lands between, leading his tarnished warriors into endless battle across foreign realms. It was said that he would never die until the day grace called him home again. That day had come. The faint golden light that had awakened the tarnished had stirred him as well, not as conqueror, but as witness to what his queen had become. He came not to reclaim his throne, but to see what was left of her dream. As he entered the capital, his footsteps echoed against the hollow stones. No guards came to challenge him, no priest to bless his return. The city that had once celebrated his victories lay empty, its towers hollow, and its banners faded to pale ghosts of gold. Godfrey looked upon the throne of the Elden Lord and saw what his ambition had wrought. A world that had worshipped strength until it forgot compassion. A kingdom so consumed by the pursuit of order that it had strangled its own soul. At the heart of the Erdtree, the tarnished felt his presence before seeing him. The air grew dense, the light dimmed, and the faint tremor of the earth beneath their feet spoke of the god of war returning to his rightful ground. When at last he appeared, framed by the fractured gates of the divine hall, he seemed both larger and smaller than legend. His golden aura was faded, his once radiant armor streaked with shadow. But the strength that emanated from him was no less than divine. It was the strength of endurance, of love carried beyond eternity. The Tarnished spoke no greeting, and neither did he. For a long moment, the two simply regarded one another, the last lord of a dying order, and the new bearer of its fragments. Between them stood the throne, the symbol of every promise and betrayal that had defined the age. Godfrey broke the silence first, his voice low and resonant, filled with a melancholy too deep for anger. "I was her first," he said, "her chosen. Together we built this world upon the bones of the old, and when it was done, when the wars were won and the gods had bent their knees, she cast me aside." He did not speak it as accusation, but as confession. "I thought I understood her," he continued, "but I see now, I was only her sword. Her dream was never victory, it was freedom, and I, in my strength, became another chain." The Tarnished watched him, the fragments of the Elden Ring still circling faintly in the air. Godfrey's gaze shifted to them, studying the glow. "So, she chose you," he said, his voice softening. "A nameless one, a soul without grace. Perhaps that is what it should be." He stepped closer, the ground trembling beneath his weight. "But the throne does not pass without trial. If you would inherit her burden, you must prove you understand it. Not with words, with will." And so, the final test began. Their battle was not one of hatred, but of inheritance. Godfrey fought with the strength of ages, his axe sweeping like a force of nature, every strike a memory of conquest reborn. Yet there was something human in his fury, a sorrow that undercut the violence, a mourning for what had been lost. The Tarnished answered not with divinity, but with persistence. They met his might with defiance, their blows carrying not the grace of gods, but the resilience of mortals who had lived and died and lived again. The clash of their weapons echoed through the hollow Erdtree, through the roots and stones, through the veins of the world. The battle became a language, a conversation in which neither sought dominance but understanding. Godfrey's golden light flared with each strike, but with every wound he took, it dimmed, replaced by something rawer: truth. At last, when his strength waned, he cast aside his axe and dropped to one knee. The light in his eyes flickered, and for a moment he looked not like a god, but like a man who had carried too much. "You fight as she once did," he said, smiling faintly. "Without faith, without mercy, only love, hidden in defiance." He reached out, pressing his hand to the ground. The golden light spread from his palm, weaving into the roots beneath them. "Take it," he said. "The last of my grace, the last of the old world. May you bear it better than I." The earth trembled as the light flowed into the Tarnished. It was not strength they received, but memory, a flood of visions. Marika standing beside Godfrey as they built the Golden Order. Her tears the night she sent him away. His endless wanderings through the fog, searching not for glory, but for forgiveness. When the light faded, Godfrey was still, his form dissolving into motes of gold that drifted upward, joining the roots of the Erdtree. In the silence that followed, the Tarnished knelt beside the spot where he had fallen. For all his pride and failure, Godfrey had been the last living link to the world Marika had tried to save. His passing marked the final end of the old age. The Erdtree stirred once more. Its branches creaked, and the faint glow of its heart pulsed in time with the rhythm of the world. The Tarnished rose and looked toward the throne. The path was clear now. No gods remained to test them, no faiths to guide them. The choice was their own. But as they stepped forward, a voice whispered faintly through the air, not Marika's, nor the shadows, but one deeper, older. Even the strongest roots must die to feed the new. The words carried neither promise nor threat, only inevitability. The Tarnished hesitated, the fragments of the ring hovering before them like waiting stars. Behind them, the last echo of Godfrey's presence faded into silence. Before them, the future unfolded, limitless, uncertain, and their own. The age of grace had ended. The age of will had begun. The battle with Godfrey left the world trembling. The ground itself seemed to remember his footsteps, the ancient rhythm of conquest lingering like thunder after a storm. When his light faded, when even his voice dissolved into the quiet murmur of the roots, the silence that followed was not peace, but expectation. The Erdtree's branches shuddered against the heavens, and for the first time since creation, the sky cracked. It began as a line, thin and pale, like a scar drawn across the firmament. Then it spread, splitting the blue and gold of eternity into fragments of colour. Through the fissure, light poured, not the warm gold of grace, but a cold, colourless brilliance that seemed to expose everything it touched. The people of the lands between looked up in awe and terror, for the sky had always been immutable, the ceiling of the divine order. Now it fractured like glass. The Tarnished stood at the base of the Erdtree, gazing upward as the heavens opened. They could feel the shift within the air, the faint hum of something vast and unseen turning its attention back toward the world. The greater will, absent for centuries, was watching again. It had felt the death of its first champion. It had felt the goddess stir, and now it looked upon its broken creation and the mortal who stood before its throne. The air grew heavy, filled with pressure that was neither wind nor weight. The Tarnished's vision blurred, the edges of the world bending inward. From the light above came a voice, distant yet immediate, echoing in every atom of being. "You have done what she could not," it said. "You have awoken the god who defied me, and yet you stand unclaimed. Why do you hesitate?" It was not anger that filled the voice, but curiosity, the tone of a being that did not understand refusal. The greater will had no form. It was not a presence one could see or strike. It existed as truth itself, the pure logic of creation. Its will had shaped gods. Its law had bound the world. To question it was to defy the fabric of existence. And yet here stood one who had done just that, a mortal walking freely between divinity and nothingness. The Tarnished said nothing, though the thought that rose within them was clear. Because your order failed. The silence that followed was long and absolute. The light above dimmed, flickering like a dying flame. When it spoke again, the voice was colder, stripped of its previous curiosity. Then you would claim her sin as your own. You would finish what she began. The ground beneath the Tarnished's feet cracked. The Erdtree's roots groaned as though the world itself were resisting what was to come. The golden leaves that still clung to its branches began to turn black at their edges, curling inward like paper touched by fire. The greater will did not rage. It simply acted. The fissure in the sky widened, and from within it descended light made solid, forming shapes that resembled neither gods nor mortals, but something between, manifestations of pure order, beings without faces, clothed in the light of unmaking. They fell like meteors, striking the earth in pillars of brilliance that shattered stone and scorched the soil to glass. Each was a remnant of the will that had once guided Marika, a thought made flesh, designed to preserve perfection by destroying all that opposed it. The Tarnished raised their blade as the first of them approached. Its body pulsed with symbols older than speech. Each strike it delivered carrying the weight of cosmic law. Every blow said the same thing: submit. But the Tarnished had walked too far, seen too much to bow now. They met the creature's light with steel, its perfection with defiance. Each strike they gave tore through order itself, scattering fragments of grace into the wind. One by one, the manifestations fell, dissolving into the same golden dust that had once sustained the Erd-tree. But for every one that fell, another rose. The sky was no longer sky. It was a wound from which eternity bled. The battle stretched beyond sight and sound. The air was filled with light and ruin, with the echoes of gods who had never known defeat. Yet amid the chaos, the Tarnished moved with purpose, guided not by rage, but by understanding. This was not rebellion, it was correction. The world could not begin anew, while the shadow of the greater will still lingered over it. The age of gods had been a cage of light, and cages must break before they can open. At last, when the final manifestation fell, the fissure above began to close. The light withdrew, retreating as though unwilling to witness its own failure. The sky darkened, not to night, but to a soft, deep grey, the colour of the moment before dawn. For the first time, the heavens belonged to the world again. But the cost was immense. The Erd-tree, wounded by the struggle, began to wither. Its branches curled inward, shedding their remaining leaves in a storm of gold and ash. The glow that had once bathed the lands between flickered and dimmed, leaving only the faintest outline of its colossal form against the sky. The goddess within still slept, her heartbeat weak but steady. She had done what she could. Now the world's fate rested in mortal hands. The Tarnished stood at the centre of the desolation. Around them lay the remnants of every age that had come before, the armour of gods, the bones of dragons, the roots of the Erd-tree itself. The air smelled of ozone and memory. Above, the cracked sky mended slowly, its scars glowing faintly like veins of light across the heavens. It would never be whole again, but it no longer needed to be. Wholeness had always been the lie of eternity. And yet, beneath the silence, a faint sound persisted, the rhythm of something vast and unseen, breathing. The world was alive, but it was fragile. The order that had held it together was gone, replaced by a fragile balance born of imperfection. It could collapse into chaos, or it could evolve into something new. The Tarnished looked toward the throne once more. It no longer shone. The fragments of the Elden Ring drifted slowly around it, their light dimming to embers. The seat of divinity was now nothing more than stone and memory. But as the Tarnished approached, they felt something stir within themselves. Not the call of gods, nor the hunger of power, but the quiet pulse of possibility. They had defied the greater will. They had freed the goddess. They had survived the fire. And now, standing beneath the broken sky, they understood what Marika had meant when she whispered her final plea. Do not make of me another cage. To rule was to repeat. To end was to erase. But between them lay the narrowest path of all. The choice not to choose. To let the world exist without divine command. To leave it open, imperfect, alive. As the wind moved through the empty city, carrying the scent of ash and soil and faint sap, the Tarnished closed their eyes. The throne waited, silent. The world waited, awake. And somewhere in the distance, the first cry of a newborn echoed across the still air, a sound both fragile and eternal. Proof that life, unshaped by gods, would go on. When the first cry faded into the trembling air, it left behind an echo that rippled across the lands between, soft yet profound. It was the sound of life unbound by grace, a world awakening without guidance. The gods were gone, or sleeping, and the Erd-tree stood hollow but still breathing. Its roots pulsed faintly beneath the soil, no longer as chains of faith, but as veins of memory. Every corner of the realm felt the change, from the farthest fog-shrouded coasts to the silent ruins where forgotten beasts stirred. Something had ended, and in its absence, everything began again. The Tarnished wandered the quiet city of Lanedale once more. The golden dust that had once symbolized divinity now lay thick upon the stones, dull and soft beneath their boots. The air was clearer, yet heavy with something unfamiliar. Freedom. Not triumph, not joy, but the vast uncertainty that follows liberation. The banners that once bore the sigil of the Golden Order hung limp, their fabric decaying in the calm wind. No hymns rose from the churches, no soldiers patrolled the avenues. The heart of the world was silent, waiting for its next breath. In that silence, something new stirred, a question that had lingered even after the death of gods. What becomes of a people who have lived their entire existence beneath divinity once that light is gone? The Tarnished had no answer. They only walked, their hand brushing against the walls, where once sermons had been carved, the words now eroded into faint grooves of meaning. Order, faith, grace. These words no longer carried power. They were fossils of a language that the world had outgrown. In the marketplaces where merchants once sold relics blessed by the two fingers, only bones remained, yet among them sprouted small green shoots. Life returned to the earth not as miracle, but as inevitability. The cycle, denied for so long, resumed in its own rhythm. Birth, decay, renewal. The Erd tree's roots had stopped absorbing everything. For the first time, they gave back. The Tarnished walked beyond the city walls, into the open plains. The golden hue that had once bathed the landscape was gone, replaced by the softer tones of natural light. The air shimmered faintly with dust and pollen, carrying the promise of rain. The world looked both older and younger, like a memory rediscovered. And as they traveled, they began to see others emerging from the shadows, the remnants of the lands between, those who had survived the fall. They were not radiant or monstrous, not divine or damned. They were simply human. Some were knights who had cast aside their golden armor, their eyes dull with exhaustion but alight with curiosity. Others were sorcerers from the Academy of Raya Lucaria, now freed from their eternal debates about the stars and their influence. Peasants, exiles, prophets, all gathered on the plains, drawn together not by faith, but by instinct. They did not speak of rebuilding the Golden Order, nor did they kneel before the Erd tree. They only looked to one another, and in their silence found something deeper than worship: companionship. A woman approached the Tarnished then. Her face was lined with age and sorrow, yet her gaze held the same calm resolve the Tarnished had seen before, long ago, when grace first called them. It was Malenia. Though her body was thin and her flame dim, her eyes were bright with understanding. "So this is what remains," she said softly, looking toward the sky that no longer shimmered with divinity. "A world without gods." The Tarnished met her gaze and said nothing. Malenia smiled faintly. "It is what she wanted," she continued. "Not peace, not perfection, just release." She knelt beside a patch of earth where new shoots had begun to sprout, brushing her fingers over them. "The Erd tree will wither, the roots will rot, but from it will grow something new. Not golden, not eternal, but real." She looked up, her expression solemn. "And what of you? You have freed her. You have broken the chain. Will you take her place, or will you let the world shape itself?" The Tarnished looked toward the horizon. There was no golden light, no divine song, no whisper of the greater will, only the faint hum of wind through grass and the distant murmur of rivers returning to their course. For the first time, they felt the true weight of choice. To take the throne was to begin the cycle anew, to define, to bind, to limit. To walk away was to trust that creation no longer needed a god. Malenia stood, her eyes reflecting the dull silver light of the sky. "You have done more than any before you," she said. "But know this, even without gods, the world will find new ones. Men will build altars, and kings will carve laws, and sooner or later, another order will rise. That is the nature of will." The Tarnished turned to her, and for the first time since they had met, they spoke, not in defiance or faith, but in simple truth. "Then let it rise from the earth, not from the heavens." Malenia nodded, her faint smile returning. "Then your journey is done." She stepped back, and her form began to fade, dissolving into small motes of light that drifted upward into the air. For a moment, they glowed like stars against the broken sky. Then, they vanished. The Tarnished stood alone once more, the plains stretching endlessly before them. They could still feel the faint pulse of the Erdtree behind them, a dying heart whose final beats would echo for centuries. But beyond it lay something greater, the unshaped future. The people who gathered on those plains would not call it a new age. There were no decrees, no coronations, no divine proclamations. It simply became known as the Age Without Name. The world no longer needed labels to define itself. The gods were memories, the stars silent, the flames quiet. Life continued, not because it was commanded to, but because it could. The Tarnished began to walk again, away from the Erdtree, away from the ruins, their shadows stretching long beneath the soft light. Behind them, the last of the golden leaves fell, turning to ash before they touched the ground. Ahead, the sky began to open, revealing the faint shimmer of dawn, not divine, not eternal, but human. And in that moment, the world seemed to whisper, not in prayer, not in prophecy, but in quiet acceptance. Perhaps the greatest mercy the gods ever gave was their departure. As dawn bled across the broken horizon, the Tarnished lingered at the border where the shadow of the Erdtree met the living earth. The sun, pale and uncertain, rose without the old gold of grace. Its light was not divine, it was mortal. The world felt smaller beneath it, yet somehow more real. The winds that once carried the scent of sanctified sap now smelled of damp soil and rain. In that simplicity, there was peace. But beneath the calm, something stirred. The Erdtree was dying. Its once radiant form stood vast and hollow. Its roots spread for miles like veins drained of blood. Yet even as the light within its trunk dimmed, its roots whispered. Those who walked near them could hear faint murmurs, a language without words, a rhythm older than speech. The Tarnished pressed their ear to the soil and heard it clearly, the sound of memory. Each root was a story. They carried the remnants of every age, every prayer, every life that had once been absorbed into their depths. Now, freed from divinity, those memories began to return to the world. In the forests, leaves rustled with voices that spoke of forgotten kings. Along the rivers, whispers rose of ancient wars and lost songs. The land itself was remembering what it had been before the Golden Order. Alive, chaotic, unbound. The Tarnished wandered through that sound, each step guided by echoes of the past. They came upon a great fissure in the earth where one of the Erdtree's roots had split, exposing its core. Within the dark hollow glowed veins of pale amber, pulsing faintly. The air around it was heavy with warmth and sorrow. The Tarnished placed a hand upon the living wood, and in that instant, visions flooded their mind. They saw Marika's face, not as goddess, but as mother, her eyes filled with love and terror as she held the fragments of the Elden Ring, knowing what she must do. They saw Godfrey kneeling before her, his strength fading as she whispered words of apology. They saw Miquella, cocooned in light, dreaming a world without suffering, and Malenia, standing before him, her body rotting, yet her heart unbroken. They saw Rani, staring into the void of the stars, rejecting both grace and flame to find her own truth. And they saw themselves, walking through it all, neither savior nor destroyer, but witness. When the vision faded, the tarnished felt tears upon their face, though they did not remember weeping. The root beneath their hand pulsed once more, and from within it came a final whisper. "Remember us kindly." The voice was soft, unmistakably Marika's, yet gentler than it had ever been. It carried no command, no divine weight, only longing. The tarnished bowed their head. "I will." The ground trembled faintly, and the great root began to shift. Its amber veins dimmed, one by one, until only the faintest glow remained. The goddess's heartbeat, once the pulse of the entire world, was fading. Yet it was not death that filled the air, but release. The tarnished stepped back as the fissure widened. From the hollow depths, new shoots began to rise, small, fragile, and green. They were not golden. They did not glow. They were simply alive. The Erdtree's death was feeding the soil, birthing the first generation of trees that would know neither worship nor fear. Each leaf that sprouted carried within it a trace of what had been lost, transformed into something new. The people who had gathered on the plains came to witness this quiet miracle. They knelt not in prayer, but in wonder. Children reached out to touch the leaves, and where their fingers met the sap, faint warmth spread. Not grace, but the simple recognition of life. For the first time in memory, the people of the lands between looked not upward, but inward and around, finding meaning in the soil, the wind, and one another. The tarnished remained apart from them, standing upon a ridge where the last light of the Erdtree brushed their armor. They thought of all they had seen, the wars of gods, the fury of flame, the whispers of shadow. It had all been a cycle of yearning, each divine being trying in their own way to perfect what could never be perfect. And now, in the quiet aftermath, the truth was clear. The world had never needed gods. It had only needed time. Yet even in freedom, remnants of the old world lingered. Far beyond the plains, near the ghost-lit ruins of the Haligtree, strange lights began to flicker. They danced above the water like will-o'-the-wisps, silent yet watchful. Scholars who followed them claimed to hear Miquella's name upon the wind. Others swore that beneath the waves of Lake Leonia, faint blue radiance still shimmered, Rani's star, keeping its lonely vigil. The gods were gone, but their dreams had not yet faded. The tarnished turned toward the horizon. They could feel it, the faint tension that always preceded the birth of a new age. The Erdtree's shadow would one day disappear, consumed by growth and time. But the whispers beneath the roots would endure, reshaped by every passing generation. Each mortal who walked the earth would inherit those echoes, not as command, but as memory. That was the true legacy of the goddess, not the rule of grace, but the persistence of remembrance. The tarnished knelt once more beside the dying root, pressing a hand to the soil. The warmth that met their touch was faint but real, like the pulse of something sleeping beneath the earth. Perhaps, in time, the Erdtree would become the foundation for something greater, not divine, but natural. Perhaps its memory would linger in every leaf, every stream, every heartbeat. As night fell, the plains glowed softly with fireflies, their light reflecting upon the new saplings. The people began to hum old songs, melodies once forbidden, now free. The tarnished listened, letting the sound wash over them like rain. For the first time in all their long journey, they felt no pull toward destiny, No weight of prophecy, only stillness. They closed their eyes, and in that silence, they heard one last whisper beneath the ground, a promise older than God's, spoken by the world itself. Nothing dies, it only changes shape. The night after the Erdtree's final heartbeat was long and silent, yet within that stillness lingered the faintest shimmer of light, a single ember floating through the dark, carried by the wind. The people called it the last flame of grace. It drifted aimlessly, flickering like a firefly, its glow pale and uncertain. Some claimed it was the remnant of Marika's will. Others said it was the final breath of the greater will itself. But to those who had seen gods rise and fall, it was simply what remained when divinity passed into memory. The tarnished followed its light through the plains. It moved slowly, never faltering, guiding them across the quiet landscape, as though retracing the steps of their own past. The ruins of churches lay scattered, their bells long silent. The statues of saints and lords had begun to crumble, faces worn smooth by rain. Each fragment of the world now bore the same message. Everything that sought to last forever must one day fade. Yet the fading was not despair, it was peace. As the tarnished walked, the flame led them toward a familiar place, the chapel of anticipation, where their journey had first begun. The sea roared beneath the cliffs, its waves dark and slow. Once, they had been cast down here as a nameless exile, marked by failure. Now, they returned as the last witness to an age undone. The flame hovered above the chapel's broken altar, illuminating the dust that drifted in the air like motes of memory. The tarnished knelt before it. Its light flickered upon their armor, tracing the long scars left by battle and time. For a moment, they saw within it every soul they had met upon the path, the faces of allies and enemies, gods and mortals alike. Malena's calm smile, Ranni's cold resolve, Malenia's silent suffering, and Marika's endless sorrow, all shimmered within that small, trembling flame. It was as if the light itself remembered. The tarnished reached out, and the flame drifted closer, hovering just above their palm. It gave off no heat, only the faint pulse of a heartbeat that did not belong to flesh. As they gazed into it, they felt not power, but clarity. The light carried within it the story of the world, the endless rhythm of creation and decay, will and surrender. And for the first time they understood what grace truly was. It had never been the gift of gods, but the persistence of hope. The flame began to speak, not with words, but with feeling. It carried the echo of Marika's last thought, soft and fragile, like the edge of a dream. The world no longer needs my hand. Let it find its own light. The tarnished closed their eyes, and in that moment, they knew what they must do. They stood, holding the flame aloft. It pulsed once, brighter, and the wind caught it, drawing it upward. It drifted into the air, rising above the chapel's ruined walls, climbing higher until it vanished among the stars. The tarnished watched it go, knowing it would not return. Grace had ended, not in destruction, but in release. The world would no longer be guided by divine radiance. The Erdtree would no longer dictate who was worthy to rise and who must fall. The lands between belonged, at last, to those who lived within them. The next morning dawned grey, yet alive. The air was thick with the scent of wet soil and wildflowers, the kind that had once been trampled beneath the roots of the Erdtree. The tarnished walked through fields where golden saplings had fallen and found new life as simple trees. Birds returned to branches that no longer gleamed, their songs weaving through the ruins like gentle hymns. The world was not perfect, but it was healing. As they journeyed, the Tarnished came upon a small settlement built upon the ruins of an old church. Its people were humble. A few farmers, a blacksmith, children chasing shadows through the grass. They had no need for grace, no prayers to the gods. Yet when they saw the Tarnished approach, they bowed their heads, not in worship, but in respect. One of them, a young woman with soil-stained hands, stepped forward. "Were you one of them?" she asked. "One of who?" the Tarnished replied. "The ones who walked with the gods." The Tarnished looked toward the horizon, where the faint outline of the Erdtree still marked the sky like a scar. "I walked among them," they said, quietly. "But I was never one of them." The woman smiled faintly. "Then you are one of us." The Tarnished stayed for a time. They helped rebuild the broken walls, taught the villagers how to mend tools and fortify their homes. At night, they sat by the fire and listened to stories. New stories, told by mortal voices. They spoke of the world as it was now, not as it had been promised to be. There were no prophecies, no chosen ones, only people doing what they could to endure. And within that simplicity, the Tarnished found something divine. Days turned to weeks. The once endless pull of destiny faded into a quiet rhythm of work and rest. When storms came, they did not pray. They endured. When harvests failed, they tried again. And through it all, the Tarnished felt the faint echo of the old world stirring beneath their feet, not as curse, but as foundation. The whispers of the roots still hummed in the earth, carrying the memory of what had been. One night, as the fire burned low, the Tarnished looked to the stars. They no longer moved in perfect orbits. Their patterns had shifted, uneven but beautiful. The constellations that once represented gods now formed new shapes, wild, unaligned, free. The world above mirrored the world below. And as they watched, a faint glimmer appeared on the horizon, a single star falling toward the earth. It burned not gold, but silver, tracing a path through the heavens. The Tarnished smiled. Perhaps it was nothing more than chance, or perhaps it was the lingering will of the goddess, watching as her world learned to live without her. The star vanished beyond the hills, and the night grew still. The Tarnished closed their eyes, letting the quiet settle. They thought of all that had been lost and all that had been gained. The Golden Order, the frenzied flame, the dreams of gods. All had been threads in a tapestry too vast for anyone being to see. But now, stripped of its divine weavers, the tapestry continued to unfold on its own, imperfect, yet alive. The last flame of grace was gone, but its warmth remained. In the soil, in the hearts of those who lived, in the quiet resilience of a world that refused to end. And in that stillness, the Tarnished understood that this was what Marika had meant all along. Not salvation, not eternity, but freedom. Years passed, though no one could say how many. Time had lost its sharpness in the lands between, its edges worn smooth like stone under flowing water. The great Erdtree was now a skeleton of light, its trunk hollow and its branches brittle as bone. Yet, around its vast and withering frame, life flourished. The earth, once suffocated by grace, began to reclaim itself. Moss crept up the roots, flowers bloomed through cracks in the golden bark, and birds nested where the divine once dwelled. The sacred had become soil. The Tarnished remained among the living, though legends had already begun to rise around their presence. In villages far from Lanel, songs were sung of a wanderer who had freed the world from gods. Children spoke of a figure who walked with the patience of stone and the silence of wind, neither ruler nor savior, but something in between. To the people, the Tarnished was myth made flesh. To themselves, they were merely a survivor. Each morning, they rose before dawn, walked the fields, and listened. Beneath the hum of insects and the rustle of crops, the faint whisper of the roots persisted. It was no longer pleading or sorrowful. It had changed tone, speaking now in rhythm with the turning of seasons. When it rained, the ground drank eagerly, and when the sun returned, the new shoots glowed faintly with the memory of gold. The goddess's body had become part of the cycle she once defied. She had wanted to free life from the weight of divinity, and in death, she had succeeded. The people did not build new temples. They built gathering halls, places of learning, and small shrines not to gods, but to memory. They spoke openly of their fears, of hunger, of grief, of joy, emotions once suppressed by the tyranny of grace. They found comfort in impermanence. Children were told not of the Elden Ring or the greater will, but of the soil, the rivers, the stars. Their faith was not in eternity, but in endurance. And yet, even as the new age took root, remnants of the old still lingered. Deep beneath the mountains, in caverns untouched by light, there were those who whispered prayers to forgotten gods. Some still yearned for order, for the comfort of command. They gathered fragments of old relics, the tarnished halos of the two fingers, shards of divine crystal, cracked runes that no longer glowed. To them, the death of grace was not liberation but loss. They called themselves the faithless, though they believed they were preserving faith. The tarnished heard of them in passing but did not seek them. They understood that every age carried its own ghosts. The world had always balanced on a knife's edge between forgetting and remembering. Too much memory, and it stagnated. Too little, and it repeated its mistakes. Perhaps the faithless were necessary to remind the living of what had once been, so that it would never be built again. In time, the tarnished returned to the capital. Leyndell had changed. The golden towers were draped in ivy, and where once the streets gleamed with gold dust, grass now grew between the stones. The Erdtree loomed above, vast and silent, a monument to everything that had been both sacred and flawed. The tarnished stood at its base, their hand resting against the bark that had once glowed with divinity. It was cold now, rough beneath their palm, but alive. There were others there too, pilgrims who had come not to worship, but to remember. They brought no offerings, only stories. A mother told her children of the age when gods ruled the skies, and how one woman's sorrow had broken eternity. A young scholar recited the names of heroes long gone: Ranni, Malenia, Miquella, Radagon. Each remembered not as deities, but as figures in a history that no longer bound them. Their tales were imperfect, mixed with myth and error, but that imperfection was their beauty. As dusk fell, the tarnished climbed the long stair that led to the throne room, though the throne itself had long since been overtaken by roots. The once grand hall was now open to the sky. Its ceiling collapsed, its columns overgrown with wild flowers. The wind whispered through it like breath through hollow bones. The tarnished sat upon the broken steps and looked out over the city. The stars had returned, not in perfect constellations, but scattered and wild. Some shone bright, others dim, as though the heavens themselves had learned to live without order. The tarnished thought of Ranni and wondered if she still wandered among them, her blue flame cold but undying. The world had been set free, yet the gods who had shaped it were still remembered. They were no longer objects of devotion, but stories, a heritage of longing, failure, and change. And as the tarnished watched, they saw something new. Children playing in the square below, chasing each other through the grass, their laughter echoing against the empty halls. None of them bore the mark of grace. None of them feared the shadow of divine law. Their joy was unshaped, untaught, pure. In that sound, the tarnished heard the truest proof that the world had survived. Later that night, as the moon rose over the husk of the Erd-tree, a faint glimmer appeared upon its trunk. It was not gold, nor flame, but soft green, like the glow of new growth beneath bark. The Tarnished watched it pulse, faint and rhythmic, and realized it was life itself reclaiming the divine. The goddess's body, once worshipped as eternal, was now a cradle for the living. Marika had not vanished. She had returned to the earth she once ruled. A wind passed through the ruins then, carrying with it the scent of sap and rain. The Tarnished closed their eyes, and in that wind they heard a voice, not a whisper, but a sigh. It was never meant to last forever. The stars shimmered above, the trees swayed below, and the world settled into its quiet rhythm once more. The Tarnished felt the weight of years upon them, but not as burden, rather as gratitude. The journey was over. The choice had been made. The world no longer belonged to gods. They rose from the throne's steps and turned toward the open gate where the night awaited. Behind them, the Erd-tree creaked softly, its vast shadow stretching across the plains. It would stand for centuries yet, not as symbol of power, but as monument to release. And somewhere in that quiet, between the sigh of wind and the rustle of grass, the Tarnished thought, had they heard laughter? Gentle, distant, familiar. It might have been the goddess, or perhaps just the world remembering how to dream. Far from the hollow crown of Leyndell, where the earth met the endless grey of water, there lay a shore that had never known the touch of grace. The people who lived there were few and quiet, their huts built from driftwood and their fires fueled by seaweed and patience. The Tarnished found their way there in the twilight of their years, drawn not by purpose, but by the pull of silence. The air tasted of salt and rain, and the horizon stretched so far that even the memory of the Erd-tree seemed small against it. The sea had always been forbidden in the days of gold. The greater will's reach did not extend beyond the waves, and so sailors whispered that the ocean was where the laws of gods unravelled. Those who ventured too far were said to vanish into the deep, where the world forgot their names. Yet now, in the age without grace, the sea had become the world's new mirror. Where the Erd-tree had once reflected eternity, the water reflected only change. The Tarnished stood upon the sand, their armour dulled by rust and time, and watched the waves roll in. Each one broke differently, some gentle, some fierce, some dissolving before they reached the shore. In their rhythm, the Tarnished heard something older than faith, the quiet pulse of existence, unbound and eternal. The sea did not need order to move. It moved because it could. The villagers spoke of dreams that came with the tide. They said the sea remembered what the earth had forgotten. Each night, as the moon rose, shapes could be seen beneath the water, faint, glowing silhouettes that drifted like spirits. Some believed them to be echoes of the gods, others the souls of the dead who'd been freed from the roots. When the Tarnished asked what they whispered, the villagers only smiled and said, "They dream of the world as it might have been." One evening, as the sky faded to indigo and the wind fell still, the Tarnished walked alone into the shallows. The water was cold, but it carried no malice. Each step sank softly into the sand, and the waves lapped at their knees like gentle hands. When they looked down, they saw the shapes the villagers had spoken of, faint, luminous forms moving slowly beneath the surface. They were not human, nor divine, but something between, made of light and memory. They drifted without direction, content simply to exist. Then one of them rose. It took the shape of a woman, her hair flowing like water, her eyes pale as dawn. She looked upon the Tarnished and smiled, a small, knowing smile that spoke of love and sorrow intertwined. "You have walked so far," she said, her voice a ripple through the air. "And yet, you have never left the shore." The Tarnished froze. Her face was not Marika's, nor Malena's, nor any they had known, but within her features was the echo of all of them, the reflection of every soul that had guided their path. The goddess, the maiden, the mother, all folded into one presence that shimmered like the edge of a dream. "Is this death?" the Tarnished asked. She shook her head. "No, death is behind you. This is what remains when even memory grows tired. The world dreams now, and through its dreams, it will remember itself." She extended her hand, and the Tarnished felt warmth radiate from it, faint but constant, like the last glow of a fading fire. "You set it free," she said. "You unmade its cage, but freedom is not an end. It is a beginning without shape. Do you understand what that means?" The Tarnished nodded slowly. "That it will change, that it must." The woman smiled. "Yes, and so must you." She placed her hand upon their chest, and a pulse of light spread outward, soft and golden. The Tarnished felt their body lighten, their thoughts slow. They looked to the sea and saw the reflection of their own face dissolving into ripples. Not fading, but becoming. The woman's voice lingered in their ear like the hum of the roots long ago. "The gods are not gone. They have only fallen asleep within the dream of the living. You will join them soon, not as ruler, but as memory." The light deepened, and the sea shimmered around them, glowing with faint golden hues that faded into blue, then silver. The waves rose and fell, each carrying fragments of what had been a golden leaf, a shard of crystal, a whisper of flame. The Tarnished watched them drift away, feeling neither sorrow nor joy, only release. When they awoke, they were sitting upon the sand. The tide had receded, leaving behind shells and seaweed and silence. The woman was gone. The horizon gleamed faintly with dawn. For a long time, the Tarnished sat there, watching the light grow across the waves. The whispers beneath the water had gone quiet, but in their place came a new sound, the faint, rhythmic crash of waves that seemed to breathe with the world itself. The villagers found them there the next morning. They said the old wanderer did not speak, but smiled faintly when asked about the sea. They built a small cairn upon that shore, not as a tomb, but as a marker of return. They called it the Stone of Dreaming, and said that if one pressed an ear to it, they could hear the ocean whispering in the voice of the world. Years later, travellers who visited the coast spoke of a strange light that sometimes appeared upon the waves. It was not the old gold of grace, nor the fierce crimson of flame, but a pale, tranquil glow, the colour of dawn caught between waking and sleep. Some said it was the Tarnished soul, still walking the sea, keeping vigil over the dream of the world. Others said it was the Erdtree's final breath, carried upon the tide to remind the earth that nothing divine ever truly dies. But those who listened closely, in the stillest hours before sunrise, heard something simpler. Not a voice, not a song, but a whisper as soft as wind over water. It is enough. The cairn the villagers built became, in time, more than a marker. It became a place of quiet pilgrimage. Travellers came from distant lands to stand upon the same shore where the Tarnished had once gazed into the endless sea. They came not seeking miracles, but meaning. They brought no offerings, for there were no gods left to appease. Instead, they brought stories, laying them at the base of the Stone of Dreaming, as if to weave their words into the breath of the waves. The sea, patient as always, took those stories and returned them as whispers. Some swore they heard the faint laughter of children within the wind. Others claimed that when the tide was high, the waves spoke the names of the forgotten. Soldiers, lovers, kings, and beggars alike, each carried for a moment before being swept away again. It was as though the world itself had taken upon the duty once reserved for the divine, to remember. And yet, even remembrance is never still. Ages turned, the shoreline shifted, and the Erdtree, far inland, continued its slow transformation. Its trunk collapsed upon itself, sinking into the soil like a mountain giving way to time. From its remains grew forests of ordinary trees, tall and dark, their roots tangled with veins of faint amber. When the wind passed through their branches, they made a sound like breathing. The people called it the Forest of Murmurs, for there the air seemed always to speak in the voices of things half remembered. Generations rose and fell. The children of the New Age no longer spoke the names of the gods with reverence, for to them such figures were myths. The Elden Ring became a story mothers told to their children on long winter nights, a tale of golden light and terrible sorrow, of a goddess who broke eternity to make the world real again. To most, it was as distant as the stars. But to a few, to those who still listened closely to the pulse of the land, it was a truth that never fully faded. Among these few was a scholar who came from the eastern reaches, drawn by the tales of the Stone of Dreaming. He had no faith, only curiosity. His name was lost to time, but his writings would endure, etched not in gold or rune, but in simple ink upon paper. He described how the world had learned to speak again, how memory and nature had fused into one living story. There are no gods, he wrote, only echoes, and perhaps that is what the gods always were. He wandered the ruins of Lanedell, which had by then become a forest of marble bones. The roots of the Erdtree had burst through the old streets, carrying with them fragments of the past. Through the cracks, faint glimmers of gold could still be seen, buried deep like forgotten embers. The scholar knelt beside one such glow and placed his ear to the ground. He heard it then, the hum that had once guided the tarnished through the ages. It was softer now, slower, but still steady. The heartbeat of the world. In his final notes, he described a vision. As he slept among the ruins, he dreamed of the sky breaking once more, not in violence, but in opening. The stars descended to touch the earth, and where they fell, new rivers formed. From those rivers rose shapes, people, yet not quite human, made of light and memory. They walked among the living, not as rulers or spirits, but as companions. They taught the people to listen, to feel, to see the divinity hidden within the ordinary. And when dawn came, they vanished, leaving behind only footprints that glowed faintly before fading. He called them the Echoed, children of the age without name. No one knew whether his vision was dream or revelation. But as the centuries passed, stories of the Echoed spread. Some claimed they appeared only to those near death, to guide them gently into the earth. Others believed they were the world's way of speaking to itself, manifestations of memory that arose when the living forgot how to listen. Whatever they were, they carried no banners, no faiths, no flames, only peace. One spring morning, a storm rolled in from the sea. The waves grew restless, pounding the shore where the Stone of Dreaming stood. Lightning struck the water, splitting it into sheets of silver. The villagers watched from their homes, fearing the tide would swallow the land. But when the storm passed, the stone still stood. Only its surface had changed. Upon it was carved a new pattern, not by hand, but by the storm itself. The carving resembled a circle, broken in 3 places, with lines radiating outward like rays of light. The villagers could not read its meaning. Some thought it a warning. others a blessing. But when an old woman pressed her palm to the symbol, she felt warmth spread through her veins, the same warmth the tarnished had once known beneath the Erdtree's roots. And she said softly, "It remembers." From that day onward, the Stone of Dreaming became known as the Echo Stone. Pilgrims came not only to speak, but to listen. They said that when one pressed their ear to its surface, they could hear the world's heart beating, steady and calm. The waves came and went, the forests grew and fell, and through it all, the whisper remained. A voice neither human nor divine, saying only one thing: continue. The people did. They built villages upon the bones of cities, planted crops where once palaces had stood. They sang to their children songs that had no origin, songs that had been carried in the soil since the beginning of time. And sometimes, when the stars aligned just right and the sea was still, a faint light could be seen walking along the horizon, a figure draped in tattered cloth, watching the waves. Those who saw it spoke of a quiet presence, neither ghost nor god, but the memory of one who had walked the path of all things. They said that if you called out to it, it would not answer. It would only turn, raise its hand as if in blessing, and vanish with the wind. And so, the tarnished lived on, not in body, but in story, in the gentle persistence of memory that refuses to fade. The world had found its rhythm again, not guided by grace, but by the steady pulse of its own becoming. At night, beneath the starlit sky, the people of the new world would look upon the sea and listen. And sometimes, in the space between the waves, they swore they heard the faintest voice, the echo of one who had set the world free, saying, as softly as a sigh carried through time, "Rest now. The dream is yours." Centuries passed, and time folded upon itself like silk worn thin by touch. What had once been the lands between became something else, wider, wilder, and unnamed. The great maps of the old order were useless now. The rivers had changed their courses, the mountains had softened, and the oceans had crept inland to reclaim the bones of forgotten cities. The Erdtree, or what remained of it, was no longer a monument, but a myth. In its place rose forests of staggering breadth, their roots grown from the veins of the goddess herself. Those who lived among them said that when the wind moved through the canopy, the trees whispered, in voices both familiar and strange. They called it the breath of Marika, though few still remembered who Marika had been. The people of this new world did not build kingdoms. They built circles. Villages were formed around shared fires, each community bound not by law, but by memory. They had no written faiths, no commandments carved in stone, yet they kept stories as sacred as scripture. They spoke of the age when light fell from the heavens, when the gods bled gold, when the world was set free by a wanderer who refused both throne and eternity. These tales were told not as history, but as lesson, that even the divine must one day rest within one such circle, near the edge of a vast inland sea. A child sat beside an elder beneath a tree, whose trunk shimmered faintly with traces of amber. The child's eyes were wide, filled with the awe of listening. Was it true, they asked, that the goddess broke her own crown? The elder smiled, their face lined by years of both sorrow and calm. It is true enough to remember, they said, and that is what matters. Truth changes, but remembrance endures. They reached down and touched the soil. The roots beneath us still dream. Sometimes they whisper. If you listen closely, you can hear the stories the world tells itself. The child pressed an ear to the ground. For a long while, they heard nothing but the faint hum of wind and water. Then, faintly, there came a rhythm, soft, uneven, like the heartbeat of something vast and sleeping. They lifted their head, eyes wide. It's alive, they whispered. It always was, the elder said. Even when the gods ruled, even when men forgot, the world never needed them to breathe. They looked toward the sea, where the horizon glowed with the last light of evening. And yet, perhaps the gods were never gone. Perhaps they became the breath itself. The sea was calm that night, its surface silver under the moon. Far off, faint lights drifted along the horizon, the same pale glimmers the villagers once called the echoed. To the elder, they were no longer omens or spirits, but part of the rhythm, the endless exchange between memory and forgetting. The world was no longer watched over, it was shared. Generations continued, and the circles of people spread like constellations across the land. They built no monuments, yet their songs became the architecture of memory. The languages they spoke changed, but certain words persisted, older than translation. Grace, ring, freedom, root. They no longer meant what they once had, yet each carried a faint glimmer of the age that had birthed them. When they sang these words, the air itself seemed to shimmer, as if the world recognized its own name being spoken. In the ruins of what had once been the royal capital, now nothing more than overgrown valleys of moss and marble, travellers occasionally found relics buried beneath the soil, rings fused together by heat, fragments of golden armour turned to stone. And sometimes, if the earth was soft and the light was right, the faint imprint of a throne. Most passed them by without understanding, but a few, those who listened closely to the hum beneath the roots, felt something stir when they touched them, a warmth that was not divine, but deeply human. One such traveller, a wanderer with silver in their hair and the patience of long roads, spent their final days near the ruins of that ancient throne. Each evening they would light a small fire and sit facing the horizon where the Erd-tree once glowed. One night, as the flames burned low, they began to speak aloud, not to anyone present, but to the world itself. "You remember us still, don't you?" they asked softly. "Even now, after all these ages." The fire crackled in reply. "We thought we were gods once. We built our heavens from roots and fire and sorrow. But in the end, we were only what you allowed us to be." They smiled faintly. "You gave us time to forget ourselves. That was your mercy." They closed their eyes then and listened. The wind moved through the ruins, carrying with it a sound that might have been words, or perhaps only the echo of the waves miles away. Yet in that sound, there was something familiar, the cadence of a voice the world had never truly lost. All things return. When the traveller passed, the fire did not die. It sank into the soil, feeding the ground with warmth. By spring, a new sapling had grown from that place. Its leaves were not gold, but deep green with veins of faint silver. When the wind moved through them, they made a soft whispering sound that was neither mournful nor joyous, only present. The people who found it called it the Tree of Memory. They said its roots reached as deep as the sea, and its branches as wide as the sky. In the ages that followed, the tree became a gathering place. Travellers came to rest beneath it, telling their stories as offerings. The roots absorbed their words, and the wind carried them away. It became the new Erd-tree, not in grandeur, but in purpose. It did not shine or command, but listened. And as the people spoke their stories into the soil, the rhythm of the world grew stronger. The trees swayed in unison, the sea breathed, and the stars seemed to pulse in the same slow heartbeat. It was as though the entire world had become one great memory, endlessly dreaming itself into being. Yet even within that peace, the old question lingered, the same one that had haunted the tarnished as they stood before the empty throne. What is worth saving when eternity cannot bear the cost of being whole? No one answered, but the silence that followed was not ignorance, it was understanding. For the world no longer needed to ask, it only needed to continue. By the time the tree of memory had grown tall enough to cast its shadow over the valley, the sky above had changed beyond recognition. The constellations of the old world were gone, scattered into unfamiliar patterns. The stars no longer obeyed the paths written by ancient astrologers or dictated by divine law. They wandered, unchained, drifting where they pleased. And in their movement, the people saw something beautiful, the reflection of their own freedom. Each night, beneath that restless sky, travelers gathered around the base of the tree of memory. Its leaves shimmered faintly in the starlight, their veins pulsing in time with the soft hum of the roots beneath. When the wind blew through them, it sounded like 1,000 voices exhaling at once, neither sorrowful nor jubilant, but serene. Those who came to sit beneath it did not come to pray, they came to listen. The stories told there were simple, yet profound. They spoke of harvests and storms, of journeys taken and loves lost, of laughter shared around small fires. They spoke not of gods, but of moments, those fragile, fleeting instants that built the rhythm of existence. The people had learned that immortality did not lie in divine law or eternal order, but in remembrance. The world remembered, and through that remembrance, it lived. On one such night, an elder spoke to the gathering, their voice soft as the wind through the leaves. When the gods fell silent, they said, many feared the world would end, but it did not. It simply began to dream in its own tongue. They gestured to the stars above, their hands trembling with age. Do you see how they move now? No pattern, no purpose, and yet they shine all the same. Perhaps this is what freedom truly means, to shine without needing to be seen. A child sitting nearby looked up at the vast sky and asked, "But where did the gods go?" The elder smiled faintly. Nowhere. They became what they always were, the breath of the wind, the warmth of the sun, the memory that lives between us. They are here, listening. The crowd fell silent, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The hum beneath the roots deepened, and the leaves of the tree of memory shimmered with faint light. It was as if the earth itself had acknowledged the truth of those words. Far away, beyond the forest and the sea, the ruins of the old world slept beneath layers of time. The Erdtree's remains had long since turned to stone, its hollow trunk now a mountain. And within that mountain, deep beneath rock and soil, something stirred. A faint pulse, rhythmic and patient. It was not divine, nor alive in the way mortals understood. It was the echo of will, the lingering heartbeat of the world's first dreamer. Marika's memory lived there, not as spirit or goddess, but as rhythm. The roots that once spread through the earth now served as conduits of remembrance, carrying her voice in fragments through the soil. Sometimes when rain fell upon the tree of memory, the drops would glow faintly as they struck the ground, and those who listened closely swore they could hear faint words whispered within the storm. Change. Always change. In that whisper, there was no command. It was simply an observation, a truth the world had come to understand. Nothing stayed still. Not gods, not stars, not hearts. The beauty of existence lay not in its permanence, but in its capacity to move, to transform, to die, and be reborn in ways unseen. As the centuries drifted onward, the people of the new world began to forget the names of those who had once shaped it. Marika, Radagon, Rani, Malenia. These became not figures but symbols. They represented forces, ideas, emotions, love and loss ambition and regret, defiance and forgiveness. The myth of the tarnished became less a tale of conquest and more a meditation on choice. Children were taught that every choice carried the seed of another age, that even the smallest act could echo for eternity. And so, the people lived quietly. They tended to the earth, cared for one another, and sang to the stars. They no longer feared death, for they had learned that death was merely the hand that turned the page of the world's story. When someone passed, their loved ones did not weep. They whispered their name into the roots of the tree of memory. The wind carried those names into the soil, where they became part of the hum that never ceased. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars emerged, a young woman stood alone beneath the tree. She carried a small book of woven leaves and inked words, a chronicle of her people, filled with stories gathered from across the land. She opened it to the first page, which bore no title, only a single line. The world began again when the gods fell silent. She closed the book and pressed her palm against the trunk of the tree. "You remember them, don't you?" she whispered. The wind rose, moving through the branches, and the faint hum deepened. For a moment, the leaves shimmered with the faintest touch of gold, the colour of grace long faded, now gentle and kind. The young woman smiled. "Then that's enough." As night deepened, the stars drifted across the sky, slow and unbound. Each flicker of light was a story still being told, each shadow a promise of more to come. The world was vast, and though the gods were gone, the fabric of their dream remained, woven now not by divinity, but by every living thing that remembered. In the quiet that followed, beneath the whispering leaves, one could almost hear the voice of the tarnished, faint as starlight. "I did not end the world. I only set it free to begin again." And so it did. In the deep quiet of the world's long maturity, when the oceans had settled into new shapes and the stars no longer mirrored the past, there came an age without fear. No walls separated peoples. No temples rose to claim divine authority. The memory of the gods had melted into the rhythm of daily life, baking bread, planting seeds, shaping clay, telling stories. The breath of the divine had scattered into a million tiny acts of creation, each so ordinary that holiness no longer needed to be named. Yet the world still sang. The forests whispered in the dialect of wind and leaf. The rivers murmured the stories of stones polished by centuries of flow. When storms swept across the plains, they carried fragments of ancient voices, the echoes of Marika, Godfrey, Rani, and all who had shaped the first dream. Not as rulers, but as memories, their essence lingering like music remembered long after the melody fades. The people called this song the Lament of Ages. Though it was not sorrowful, it was the earth remembering how to be alive. The tree of memory had grown vast by then, its branches stretching across valleys, its roots reaching the shores of distant seas. Its leaves shimmered with the faint silver of starlight, each one humming softly with the pulse of all who had lived. It was said that when one stood beneath its canopy on the stillest nights, the air vibrated with a single endless note, the sound of everything that had ever existed, harmonized into peace. Beneath that tree, the people gathered once each year, not for worship, but for remembrance. They did not kneel or chant. They listened. The ceremony was simple. When the moon was highest, each person would speak the name of someone they loved, living or dead, and let it fall into the roots. The names became part of the hum, joining the ever-growing song of the world. In this way, memory became immortality, not through power, but through sharing. One night, as the moon swelled full above the branches, a child asked the elder who led the gathering, "Do you think they can still hear us, the ones who came before?" The elder smiled, their face lined with the softness of peace. They do not need to hear, they said. They are the hearing itself. When the wind moves through the leaves, when the stars tremble, when your heart remembers, it is them. The child tilted their head, watching the stars flicker between the branches. Then do they know our names too? Yes, the elder replied, because the world keeps them for us, just as we keep theirs. That is how everything continues. Later that night, as the people drifted into sleep beneath the glowing canopy, the elder remained awake. They felt the hum of the tree in their bones, deep and steady. Beneath the surface of the song, they sensed something new, a rising note, soft and pure, like a promise. It was the beginning of another rhythm, faint but certain, a new dream forming within the world's long sleep. They closed their eyes, and for a moment they saw a vision of the old age, the Erd tree shining golden beneath the sun, the gods standing tall in their pride, and the tarnished walking through fire and ruin. Then the vision shifted, the light dimming to silver, the roots turning green. The gods' faces softened, becoming unrecognizable, then dissolving altogether. What remained was the heartbeat, the same one that had pulsed through every age. When dawn came, the elder rose and spoke to those gathered beneath the tree. The world dreams again, they said, but this time the dream belongs to no one. It is ours, together. The people nodded, though they did not yet understand. They would in time. The dream was already shaping them, guiding their stories toward new directions, new hopes. The age of grace had ended long ago. The age without name had endured, and now something else, something quieter, was beginning. The scholar of the previous era had written that gods were echoes, and he had been right. But what he could not know was that echoes do not fade. They layer, beneath the soil, beneath the roots of the tree of memory, beneath the hum that carried all stories. There were still deeper tones. They were older than Marika, older than the greater will, older than even the stars. They were the pulse of creation itself, the source from which all ages were drawn, and to which they would return. On certain nights, when storms passed over the sea, the people swore they could hear those deep notes rising from the depths of the world. The thunder rolled like the voice of an ancient heart, and the lightning split the sky in patterns that resembled wings, crowns, and halos. But no one feared it. The storms were reminders that even the calmest world must still move, that creation is never finished. In one such storm, as rain poured through the branches of the tree of memory, the leaves shone with faint gold for the first time in centuries. The people gasped, thinking the age of grace had returned. But when the rain stopped and the light dimmed, the leaves remained green. The glow had been brief, a flash of memory, not divine intervention, but the world reminding itself of what it had once been. The elders smiled when they saw it. She remembers, they said, not to return, but to rest. And indeed, far beneath the surface of the earth, where roots met stone and stone met fire, the last fragment of Marika's will stirred. It was no longer a consciousness, no longer the mind of a goddess, but something gentler, a pulse of recognition. It did not speak. It did not command. It only existed, feeding warmth into the soil, reminding all that life was born not from perfection, but from persistence. Above, the stars continued their wandering. The people of the new age grew old, died, and were born again, their stories joining the hum beneath the tree. The rhythm never faltered. It was slow, patient, and eternal. Not the eternity of gods, but the eternity of living things. And if one listened very closely, in the quiet between waves or the silence that follows rain, they might still hear a voice. Not distant, not divine, but near. The voice of the world itself, whispering through the pulse of every root and every heartbeat. Nothing ends. Everything becomes. The world had long forgotten its beginning. Ages had folded into one another, like sediment beneath the sea, layer upon layer of memory, compressed into silence. The tree of memory still stood at the heart of the land, though its vast crown had dimmed with age. Its bark was dark as iron now, its roots tangled deep beneath the earth where the last heat of creation pulsed faintly. The people no longer came to it in pilgrimage or awe. They lived beside it, within the rhythm it had become. Its song was now part of the wind, and its hum the pulse of the rivers. To live in its shadow was to live within the breath of the world itself. Children no longer asked where the gods had gone. To them, gods were not beings, but seasons, fleeting, necessary, and bound to pass. They played among the roots, carving patterns into the bark that told stories of their own lives. To them, the world was neither sacred nor mundane. It was both, and it was enough. Sometimes, when dusk fell and the air grew still, a faint golden shimmer would rise from the soil. The elders would smile when they saw it and say that the world was dreaming again. No one feared these moments. They were reminders that the past was still breathing beneath the earth, that memory was not a prison, but a promise. One evening, a traveller came from beyond the western sea. Their clothes were worn, their eyes pale from salt and distance. They carried with them a small piece of glass, a relic polished smooth by water and time. When they reached the tree of memory, they knelt and pressed the glass against its bark. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, faintly, the tree began to glow from within, light threading through its veins, like breath returning to a sleeping heart. The traveller smiled and whispered, "She remembers." The people gathered, not in fear, but in quiet wonder. The tree's glow spread upward, its branches catching the light of the stars. It was not the blinding gold of the Erd tree, nor the white flame of chaos. It was soft, human, an echo of warmth, not command. The air vibrated with the low hum that had carried through every age, the heartbeat of the world itself. Those who stood close swore they heard voices within it, not one, but many, layered and endless. Some were faint as sighs, others clear as song. They were the voices of every age, every dreamer, every soul who had once loved this world enough to shape it. They were the tarnished, the gods, the forgotten, the nameless. Together they spoke not as rulers, not as saviors, but as the memory of existence made sound. Do not worship what was, become what is. The light faded, but the hum remained. The people returned to their homes, carrying with them the echo of that voice. In the years that followed, they built nothing to commemorate the event. There were no temples, no idols, only stories. They told their children that once the world had dreamed itself through gods and fire, and that in doing so, it had learned how to dream without them. Generations passed. The sea reclaimed the western shore, and the mountains split with age. The tree of memory's crown broke under storms, yet its roots held firm. The hum deepened, slow and steady, like the breathing of something vast and eternal. The people who lived around it began to say that when they slept, they dreamed, not their own dreams, but the world's. Some saw fields of gold, others oceans of stars. All woke with the same peace in their hearts, the sense that they were part of something immense and kind, and beneath it all, in the deepest layers of soil and silence, Marika's essence rested, not as goddess, not as ruler, but as the pulse of the living world. She had become what she always longed to be, not a figure upon a throne, but the quiet within the wind, the warmth beneath the stone, the forgiveness that lingers after all things end. Her rebellion had outlasted eternity. Her dream had become the world itself. The tarnished's memory lived too, though none could say how. Some claimed that, in the stillest hours before dawn, when fog clung to the valleys and the stars flickered low, a lone figure could be seen walking the old paths, their cloak tattered, their pace unhurried. They carried no weapon, no flame, only the light of the world reflected in their eyes. Those who saw them said that they neither spoke nor stayed, but paused at the edge of every village as if listening. When asked what they listened for, the elders would say, "For us." One final night, under a sky streaked with comets, the world fell utterly still. Even the trees ceased their whispering. The hum of the earth slowed, deepened, and for one perfect moment, it stopped. In that silence, everything that had ever been, the gods, the wars, the sorrow, the love, aligned. It was not an ending. It was the pause between breaths. Then, softly, the heartbeat began again. The stars flared brighter. The rivers quickened. The wind stirred the roots of the tree of memory. The hum resumed, richer than before, carrying within it a new rhythm. The world had dreamed itself into another cycle, another chance to begin. And far beneath the soil, where no light reached and no name endured, something smiled. It was not Marika, nor the tarnished, nor any god that had ever ruled. It was the dream itself, content, endless, alive. The wind moved through the trees, whispering one final phrase, so soft that only the earth could hear it. It was never grace that kept us, it was love. And with that, the song of Queen Marika came to rest, not in silence, but in peace. The dream continued and the world turned, forever remembering, forever becoming.